Yeah, the stream itself is fine once I click away from OBS. When I look at OBS, it's just doing that ladder thing. Aside of that, it's fine. Okay then. Well, we are live. So welcome back everybody to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party enjoyed some luncheon with the high elf aristocracy. They also went to like a little afternoon, middle of the day festivity where the nobles laughed and chortled and enjoyed themselves. Bub showed up and threatened some people the way the druid would, and the elvish aristocracy were quite accommodating to Bub's very reasonable demands. Afterwards, a bit of a old-timey bout of some sort happened, where the aristocracy found their quote-unquote best man, an exotic fighter that they had found or hired, and given the privilege to fight for them and their name. In this fight, party got involved and walked away at the end of it with some social clout. I think about total winnings of roughly 5,000 gold cumulatively between Eleanor and Bub's betting. And then they were promptly escorted off the premises for essentially stealing too much of the spotlight from the elvish aristocracy, but in a very polite, accommodating sort of way. So last time we left off with the party leaving the ball and making their way to the Chrysanthemum Estate. So as you arrive at the Chrysanthemum Estate, Eleanor walks in, leads you all in, and sits herself down in the family center area, the main lounging area. With a bit of a sigh of contentment, she just relaxes. So happy that that's all handled. Now we can focus on recuperating so that we can leave this place. Not exactly how I thought it was going to turn out, but I can't complain.
I presume then we no longer need to wear these outfits, so to speak.
Oh no, there's absolutely no need for us to dress like peacocks anymore. We can dress in what we usually do.
Ah, I see.
Well, looks like the suit remains in the bag for another day.
Tell me, Lady Eleanor, what was the ball going to be, anyways?
Oh, it was going to be some snobbish spectacle with even more drinking, some dancing, and a lot of egos and self-satisfaction, if you will.
Forgive me, that sounds like a very similar noble gathering. But a bowl is much more grand than that. Tell me, there must be something else to it. The High Elves must do something different.
Yes. They bring in some certain natural splendors. It takes place in a very open courtyard, with natural greeneries, and also it takes place in the moonlight.
I've never seen a bowl take place outside. Usually it's held in a building for such an occasion.
It's an open-aired courtyard with marble pillars that surround it, framing it, giving the appearance of a building, but for all intents and purposes, it's an open-aired garden.
I see. And you've been to one many times, correct?
Unfortunately. It's quite the spectacle the first time, but once you get used to it, it's rather droll and trite. You only can be wowed by the showcasing of spirits, summonings, interesting incantations, rituals, and showcasing of so much extravagant jewelry and wealth at one place. So many times before it loses its luster, and you wish for something a little more down to earth and more real. Something more akin to a real ball.
I see.
It's more of an excuse to show off than anything.
Then I suppose, for now, we'll have to use our imaginations. If you may excuse me, I'm going to go get changed.
Alrighty then, Delon. Have a wonderful evening. I'm going to rest here.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get changed upstairs.
Alrighty. So, any of the other party members want to say or do anything? Or should I move over to Delon?
Yeah, I'm still thinking about what to do, so...
Yeah, Bob doesn't know how to lie very well, so I got to think about this a little bit.
So as the rest of the party is thinking about what to do with their current remainder of free time, Delon, you walk into your room, and as you prepare to open your closet to get changed, you do find that there is, in fact, an outfit there. Whereas your current outfit is sort of like a very beautifully colored, extravagant, showy riding outfit. Sort of, it's beautiful, but also a little more meant for outdoorsiness. The outfit that you see in there has a mask that is tailored around your horns and your unique draconic features. It also has, it is a completely white and gold suit with a cape and sort of like an ascot around the neck area that furls out around the collar. It also has a beautiful chrysanthemum sewn into the chest pocket.
Delon looks over the beautiful suit, tilts his head ever so slightly. It's such a shame. Look at all the effort going into such a this. And then he takes a look at the mask, holds on to it a second, and then before long, he snaps his fingers. Aha! That's the ticket. And he grabs the mask and he heads back downstairs.
One other detail, of course, Delon, is that on a hat rack next to your closet wardrobe area, there is a matching white, large brimmed hat with a gold, a rainbow feather that sticks out in plumes up in an arc, similar to like a Three Musketeer type hat.
Who doesn't love his Three Musketeer hat? So he's gonna bring down the mask and to Eleanor. Lady Eleanor. Why didn't you tell me it was a masked ball?
Well, I was going to inform you when we returned to change.
It seems to be a suspiciously small amount of detail that you did not mention. It changes everything.
How so? It is quite the norm.
It's not because it's a mask. It's the possibility because of the mask.
I'm not quite sure I follow. It's simply standard custom. Everyone shows in a mask, then they all have suits that match their features.
Indeed. I presume also that this mask was made specifically with me in kind and would be recognized by the chrysanthemum. Of course, we are your entourage.
Precisely. They would know by sight, once they saw the garb, the flower, and of course the mask design itself, they would of course be able to identify who you belong to and from where, but there is the mystique of perhaps the facial features and overall look being slightly obscured, that adds to the environment. There is a bit of it's an odd charm, I suppose, of the mystique of not fully being able to observe who exactly you're speaking to. For if you look at the mask, it covers not only your eyes, but much of your snout, as well as your brow. And with the hat, it obscures most of your upper head as well, creating a shadow effect, if you will.
I see. Obscuring in this. And tell me, you have no interest in going to this ball, right?
None whatsoever. I've been on multiple occasions, and they're exhausting affairs.
I see. Then if you wouldn't mind, perhaps we'll also go in your stead.
Pardon?
Yes, perhaps I was not as clear. Perhaps we will go in your stead.
Don't get smart with me, Delon.
I wasn't getting started on you, Lady Eleanor. Just
I
thought perhaps
simply
the
wish
alcohol
to-
gone to your ears.
No, perhaps it's gone to your head.
Hmm.
Simply wish to ask
Possibly.
precisely why you wish to go in my stead.
For the very reason that you are not interested. You have been to many of them. I've never been to one.
It would be very unorthodox for my entourage to arrive without me there. If you arrived,
perhaps-
you could not arrive in my stead without me arriving there, otherwise it would be a shame of face. And
I
besides,
see.
we've been blocked from the occasion anyways. We are not welcome at the occasion as we were outperforming them too greatly.
I see. Yes, that is quite a problem. What if, perhaps, all memorabilia of the Crescentium were perhaps removed, and we were no longer your entourage?
Well, then you would still be not an uninvited interlopers just arriving and expecting to be allowed in. I don't think you'd be allowed in through the front gate, let alone into the ball itself.
That would present certain challenges, but I have faced such noble occasions, and it's not the first time that someone has been fashionably late to a party, especially an uninvited one. As long as you show the appearance that you've been there, or should be there, most will let you go, especially with our clothing matching. And besides, what harm is it to even make the attempt? At least, especially when we have a rogue in the party who could probably get us in through other ways.
As you say that, you see as someone pokes their head out from the dining room, a turkey leg in one hand and basically a glass of ale in the other. Somebody asked for my services.
Indeed, I have.
Chief, are we breaking and entering?
We are we are entering a facility that is not against us at the moment. So yes, in some technicalities, I suppose, that would be understandable.
Julio comes sauntering into the room and just throws an arm over your shoulder and starts gesturing around with the hand that's holding the turkey leg. It's on your other side of your shoulder, by the way. Ah, Chief, I always knew you had it in you. I'll show you the best ways to break and enter. Don't you worry. We won't ever get caught. In fact, if you stick by me and you follow what I say while we're breaking it, they won't even know we were there. Now, what are we stealing?
That's the very thing. We're not stealing anything. We are going to a ball.
Very funny, Chief. So we're going to the ball, but that's the play, right? That's the ruse. But what are we actually doing at the ball?
Having fun.
Tulio unwraps his arm from around you and comes to stand in front of you full circle. He slowly brings the turkey leg up to his mouth and just takes a bite out of it and can just choose while staring at you. Having fun with a bunch of hoity-toity, overly dressed nobles?
You know, perhaps it may shock you, but while I did enjoy certain particularities of this evening, forgive me, Lady Eleanor, but Your people are quite haughty in many aspects, and lack a sense of humility.
You would not need any forgiveness from me for saying such things, as I am in agreement.
And I think, since we have been removed from evening services, why should that dictate us? Especially when I've come here to see all of its aspects. I can't really just go now, seeing it coming so far. When I tell the story, tell the story later, what part would I go? And then I was uninvited to a party. The great Dragonborn was told, as a great knight of King's Landing was told he couldn't go. And so the knight sulked and stayed in the living room all by himself. And he's like, ah, that's not how a story ends. That's not proper. I say, let us have our own bait. This is a vacations city. It's not made for, as the Wood Elf said, it was not made to be stayed in one place. Let us have our own, our own fun-filled occasion. Let us enjoy ourselves. We've earned it.
While I understand your sentiments, I simply do not believe that going there and causing any sort of a scene or hubbub is really worth the time spent. You could enjoy yourselves to your heart's content within the manor estate itself. Or you could just walk the streets in the moonlight. There's plenty of things you could do to enjoy yourself without having to partake in such a risky endeavor. For all, if you were caught and you were caught red-handed while not being invited, I would not be able to stop them from locking you in the stocks, as you went without really being informed, and I heard nothing of you, and you had have nothing on your person showing that you were affiliated with me.
Anyone else want to throw things in? That'd be great, guys.
Don't worry about it, my lady. After all, if we get caught, I could just bust us out, nothing off my back. You know how I am. I have made my way around this sort of a place multiple occasions. I highly doubt you've made your way around this specific place on multiple occasions. Your ladyship, you wound me. Why, I've been to the High Elf Noble City multiple times, just not looking like I am. I drank a certain potion to fit in with the crowd. How did you get... That must have been quite the expensive potion. Oh, you have no idea. Actually, I have quite a good idea. I'm sure you do, now that I'm thinking about it. But regardless, no problemo, your ladyship. If they get caught, I'll bust them out. Not saying I'm gonna get caught, just that they will. Well, not that they will, but they may.
Additionally, consider this, Lady Eleanor. How, as with us out for the evening, you'd have most of this manor to yourself. How long has it been since you've had a night just to yourself? Since we've been traveling in these many months.
Not truly since the very beginning of the journey, I would say. I had a night to myself whenever we were in the inn in King's Landing. Venturers Guild gave us an entire building, and I was able to find a little nestle for myself there, whole room to my own. Several months now.
Indeed. Think of it as an opportunity also, perhaps for you to get your own mindset. I can tell you've been flustered all this entire time. Take a moment. Take the night. We'll go. You won't have to worry about us. We'll be in good hands. I'm sure our company. We're not fools. We can figure our way around this, and we'll be having our own fun. In the meantime, you can relax and know that we'll be, no matter what occurs, you can deal with it in the morning.
Eleanor stews for a moment, then slowly stands up and begins walking out of the room. Whatever you
I
get up
believe it.
to in the evening is entirely of your own volition. I know nothing about it. I am ignorant to what these unclaimed vagabonds are getting up to in the evening.
Mm. He nods her way.
She pauses in the doorway and turns around to you. Just don't cause too much of a scene or a disturbance.
Wouldn't dream of it.
I'd rather you not upset the city's golems, elementals, or constructs.
Thorn raises an eyebrow about that, but he nods. Hmm.
Good evening. She then turns around and simply heads over into a room where you hear your door open and close. The golems, elementals, spirits, and constructs. The main defensive measures of the city of High Elves. Veritable
I see.
fortress of armaments that could be used for either warfare or defense.
Is Geltis and Bub here at
I'm
all?
imagining so, yes.
Well,
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
let's say either or together in the same. Well, like, imagine that be like the next room over, just like listening in, like, no, kind of want to go through the ball, but knowing that if I were to ask, it would be an outright no. But like, so
Alright, I guess I'll go to the other room now. Come, Tulio. Go inform the others now.
Alrighty. So, as you're heading back towards the other room, Yorm comes walking out of the dining area, and he is, noticeably combing his beard, and he's already dressed up.
Aww.
Let's show these stinky elves a good time, right?
I used to wish to come as well, Yon.
Of course! What kind of dwarf in his right mind wouldn't show those elves how to throw a party?
I want
Besides,
to be sure you get a...
it's gonna be food, drink, dancing, and a great time! Sounds like a festival to me.
Indeed. We'll have to get you a proper mask as well. Hopefully you have one. You'll have to make slightly adjustments. Expecting a certain member to be wearing it.
Is it like this? And he's reaches into his satchel and picks out like a similar mask to your own, but designed for the same outfit he's wearing. And instead of like a feathered cap like you had, his is actually like a top hat
Ooh.
that matches his suit.
Based.
Not quite sure what I think about the hat. It's a little big for my liking, but what you think?
I think it fits you sportingly. We'll just have to make some adjustments here and there. But fortunately, you know a blacksmith.
well, not that much of a talent, but
Mm.
okay. Speaking of,
It's easy to rip something off than it is to put
well, I have a question. Since the topic of dwarves and elves, I've been brought up, and so I take up the circlet I got from the tribe and say, would it be in bad taste to wear this tonight?
the circlet.
Remember, it is a dwarven-made mithril item.
True. Can't rightly say, though it is a beautiful circlet. Tulio simply gives a carefree shrug. No more in bad taste than showing up to a party uninvited.
I got a
I'm with
point.
Julio's sentiments.
Right, then.
Besides, it's a beautiful item.
And it's a conversation starter. Imagine coming over to an elvish ball with a dwarven mithril circuit, and then they approach you, There and just start asking you questions. Why on earth are you wearing something dwarven made to our lovely ball? and then you could spin some glorious tale of conquest.
Uh-huh. Till eventually the topic of drows come up and... well... still haven't taken a look at my costume yet.
You're interested in going too as well, old boy?
Of course. I mean, I've never been to a ball. I'd like to go at least once before the
You've
big
never
one.
been to a ball?
No! I mean, what's the whole point of you teaching me how to dance?
Yes, of course. We'll have to regiment it in dance moves. You have to have some form of movement. It'll be completely mocked up.
You have 2 hours.
He's like, we do actually have a few hours. Additionally, we also have to make adjustments, and Delon just makes like a list of things they're just gonna have to do to prepare. I mean, it's true. There's a couple things. We're gonna have some fun. Ophelia can join us if she wants, but I imagine not. She's done with the elves.
Oh yeah, no. She as you kind of think about that, or you offer it to her if she wanted to arrive, Ophelia simply looks up from her tome, which is she always carries with her, and politely shakes her head. I have no interest of dabbling with overly arrogant, petulant children any longer. Have fun.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Shame.
Guys' night it is.
Boys,
Ladies and gentlemen,
But alrighty. So with that, and the preparations having been laid out, and some immaculate, it's a very specific planning being done with everybody bashing their heads together to make sure that they can get this to go just quite rightly. I want Gildos to make me like a check with his forging tools to see how good his improvised mask alterations are.
probably history check or something.
Yeah, let's say go ahead.
Right. There you go. So
All right. Very good, very good.
Elvish inspired mask, probably. As much as I can gather from what I've learned.
Very good, very good. So Gildos, you go ahead and you work on every party member's masks to make them little more different than the ensemble that they currently have, to kind of hide who they might be affiliated with. And you do a really bang-up job, like surprisingly good, despite not having very much familiarity with this line of work. Honestly, you're actually quite satisfied with how it turned out. So now the party has their masks as needed, and I'm not going to make any other roll outside of that one. That was the only one that was really mandatory. I'm assuming all the other plans get done with as needed as we segue towards the main event.
Alright, how are we gonna lie? Alright guys, where are we from? Who are we? What's going on? People are gonna ask. We need to have a convincing story.
Yes.
We need to be famous enough. We gotta bullshit this.
Exactly.
One has the means to do it.
I will give the party a little while to plan it. To figure out like what their story is gonna be real quick before they get there.
Like, oh man,
Evan,
this is
come
actually
on.
pretty rough for Bob.
It's
Honestly,
okay,
my
I
best
wrong.
plan might just be to be the party dog or something. Like,
No, you're in a costume and stuff. You can speak. They probably don't see you at all, or you probably.
okay, well, we need
notice
to
a
ask those
feature.
first, right? Let's make sure we have those.
The masks? Yeah. Gildas just made them. Essentially,
Oh, okay.
Evan, your outfit as Bub would basically be like a suit similar to like the extravagant ones they're wearing, like big well dressed like suits that fits your coloration, and then your mask and you have a hat. So basically, like you could pass as a gnome if you wanted, because like you're just short. So you could either be like a really short dwarf, a gnome, or like a kobold or a goblin, or you could pass as like a lot of things essentially because of
you really
your
could just
currently
make up any
obscured.
story.
If you tucked your tail in, like it would be even better essentially.
You could pretend to be a gnome. I know how much you love those, Ev. Your one night as a gnome. Broadway. One night as a gnome.
You'd be close to your Dragon Master because he also shapeshifts into a big gnome.
Yeah.
But yes, I recommend figuring out some sort of like quote unquote house or like allegiance that you are tied to, like a family name that you could bullshit up somehow, that all of you are somehow affiliated with, or who you are.
I have enough history that I can bullshit this.
Mm-hmm.
Literally,
So-
whatever you want. I'm like, they
Well,
haven't
let's
seen
go
him in
with the
like
combined
thousands of
history
years.
check then, so I'm gonna assist you with it.
Alright. We'll do the
Advantage,
history check.
go.
I'm gonna laugh if I crit this. I laughed so hard if I crit this. I'm gonna bring it up.
Oh yeah, I don't think I can help in guidance.
Huh?
22.
I almost crit it. It's 22, baby. $22, baby. Marsha, you there?
Yes, sorry, I was posting something.
Oh, okay. No,
And
no
also
problem.
thinking.
That's cool. That's a perfect guess.
the thugs just walking down the hall.
So, good
I mean, it's about right at this point.
But alrighty, so with the 22, by the way, as GM, no, Gellus, you could not guidance while doing that, but I think there's another party member who just so happens to
Right.
have guidance.
That's
Right,
why
Evan?
I was asking.
History
because,
harder. History
History even
harder.
harder. History even harder.
Alright,
D4.
roll the
I'm already
D4.
thinking the help action, so yeah.
Honestly,
Ah,
at
24.
the rate you guys are rolling well at history checks, you guys should like retire as professors of history somewhere. I mean, seriously, guys.
Alright, so that's a 24 total.
Yes.
Alrighty. So with a 24, as Delon, as you and the rest of the group are kind of thinking about like a cover story, you're trying to think of like what family name could you maybe use. You're like, is there like a family name in Elvish that you've heard of that maybe is not been like used as often, or usually like shut-ins or something like that? And you remember hearing about one from your uncle, the one who lives with the Wood Elves.
Uncle Bernard.
Indeed. You remember hearing about some high elves who live in the northern area, but not in the high elf city. They live essentially near the mountain range, near the city itself, and they have essentially a massive manor in a tree, basically a tree mansion, and they almost never leave it. They also very rarely, if ever, make public appearances. They're a family of shut-in scholars who essentially they hire people to basically get them goods or rare artifacts or treasures, and then brought to them so that they can study them. And despite studying them and basically being confirmed to write pamphlets and publish studies on them, the studies, while being clearly made, are never handed out or sorted around. They're never even published officially. They seem to be kept in their own manner. Just a bunch of weird scholarly shut-ins. The family name would be, let's see. They are the, I'll go with this. They're the Hemlock family. They're a very old family of high elves, long-standing, but not as well known just due to their secrecy and hermitish tendencies. So you could that you could theoretically, if you were to bullshit it correctly, for lack of a better term, if you were to bluff it, so to speak, it would be believable if you name dropped you were the Hemlocks, because nobody sees them.
Hmm.
And few would
Right.
actually want to get in contact with them to check on short notice.
Right. All right. Delon nods to himself, snaps it. Yes, I think this will be the name. Gentlemen, be very careful. We're going to be. He's like, even though he's thinking in, if anyone asks you from where you're from, you are under representation of the Hemlock family.
Hemlock. Okay.
They're an old scholarly family of high elf scholars. My Uncle Bernard told me about them. Great Uncle Bernard, I should say. He lives in the Savage Lands now. Told me
Really?
about them.
That's pretty
Aye.
far from where your family is.
My Uncle Bernard has always been a bit strange. Great Uncle Bernard has always been a bit strange among. He preferred the axe than to the sword, and he was one of the few nobles who was very against the wall being put up in the Savage Lands in the first place. In fact, if it wasn't for his help, a lot of elves on the other side of the wall wouldn't have found the homes that they did. It's very forefront of making sure they were taken care of. And after the wall was put up, he decided to take residence in the Savage Lands. And we joke among our family, but allegedly he fell in love with a high elf. We joke it was perhaps a nymph, but he hasn't told us otherwise. I haven't seen him for a while, though. I hope he's alright. Only visits us once or twice. So often, a couple years.
Oh, we're in the Savage Lands at the moment, so always
Hmm.
a time to drop by.
Aye. But it was just something I recalled. So, if anyone asks, or we get interrupted on our way, we're from the Hemlocks. Everyone in agreement?
Right. And we're only arriving to that right now because
Indeed. Because we're so far away, and we heard about
Exactly.
festivities.
exactly.
And of course, if they need any proof, I do know enough Elvish that I can probably get us by. Although I'm sure they'll catch the accent. Although in this situation, it might not be too dissimilar to what their accent would be, considering where they live. Hopefully, it'll be good enough.
As long as they ask you and not someone else. Well, I just pray the whole party will be common and in Elvish, because if I just stand
I'll
there,
have some confidence,
not
little boy.
alone. Well, sure, you know what? I'll just mingle and nod along, you know.
Tulio speaks up. No need to worry about if I can't speak Elvish. You need to speak for me, Chief. I can speak Elvish.
Indeed. That does make sense. I've been meaning to ask, how many languages do you speak?
Well, now that you ask me, Chief. Well, you're asking the right questions now. See, I speak the extremely fluent Common, as you can clearly see. I speak also the language of Nebulum, the unofficial dialect, Undercommon. I also speak the secondary unofficial dialect of Nebulum, Thieves' Camp. And I can also speak Elvish. And I can speak one other language, Chief, but I don't really want to talk about it.
Is it Draconic? That's the best language.
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
Bob, it's not Draconic. You might have to tutor me in that someday.
Okay, but I'd like something in return.
Don't worry, Bob. I never make sure a job goes unpaid.
Bub basically wags his tail at that.
Yeah. So, we're in
Supposed to
agreement.
be-
We're from the Hemlocks. Let's see. We want to be related by... no, perhaps. Uh, Let us make a story straight. Who are we playing at? What's our parts? This is a party after all, in a mysterious bowl. We must have... Let's make a game of it. What kind of people do we want to be?
Don't worry about it, Chief. I know exactly what position I'm gonna fill for y'all. See, I am the jester, the bard, if you will, that announces your return. If they start talking smack about you, I step right up into their face and I tell them, "Don't you know who this is? This is Senior Hemlock." Then I let you take it from there.
I see. And for you, so Bob, what would you like to be today?
Well, I'm not good at lying.
I understand that.
Let's see, what was my mask of again?
It's basically a mask that obscures your eyes and would like cover the top part of your snout. With the collar of your like garb that was made for you, it basically pops. It's like a pop-up collar with like a frill, so it covers a lot of your face as well, like your lower part of your face. And with the hat that you have, it would cover the top of your head.
Okay, what about my tail? That's the...
That's the thing. Your pants would have been designed for you with a tail. However, if you wanted to hide the fact that you have a tail, you could essentially tuck it into one of your pant legs or something somehow.
Use it as like a belt, basically. You could just
That
like,
could have
wrap-
worked too. You could wrap it around your own waist as a belt, like a leather
When it
belt.
comes to like appropriately smart roles to do, I can't think of anything. But as a player, I think it'd be really fun if I was like a gnome.
You
I
could
mean,
masquerade as
yeah.
a gnome. You could definitely pretend to be a
Because all
gnome.
your inquisitive nature would be totally viable as a gnome. They just ask a lot of questions.
And if you were naive, that also fits certain gnomish tendencies. Gnomes can be kind of naive about foreign cultures sometimes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I want to be a gnome.
Does Bob want to say that?
I will be.
I want to be a gnome.
I'll be.
That just seems like what Bob would
me.
just say. He'd be like, I just want to be a gnome.
Yeah, no. So he's gonna say, all right, I'll be Bimsy, gnomish moneylender.
Julio turns around to you and sniffs, wiping one of his eyes. So proud. My little Bimsy's growing up. And then Yorm just kind of like, why'd it have to be a gnome? Couldn't she have been like a short dwarf instead?
I'm not wide enough to be a dwarf. Actual logic.
Yorm just is like looking at you like, fair enough, I suppose you're a bit blue.
I think he also meant wide. He's like legitimately not big enough to be a dwarf.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay. Yorm's already a little tipsy, so he just is like, I'm not wide enough to be a dwarf. That's what Yorm heard.
Yeah, it's just like, I suppose. It's like, and the one's like, I think you meant wide, dear boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, you know, the reason he's shorter is he was a little underfed as boy.
No, don't be as he wishes. Besides, I don't think you'll have to hide your appearance. You can just be whatever you want today.
Well, you see, a new elvish family would make do without their personal ranger to survey their lands. And he does like the most blatantly obvious wink.
Indeed. They are very careful on their ranges.
Groundskeeper.
Hey, that's actually a very important job for a noble family.
Yeah, I know.
It is. That's basically what Yorm's saying. He was like, I'll be your ranger and groundskeeper. And then he like raises one arm and kind of like a wink, kind of like his hand arcing in front of his chest, like.
Yep. And Dilemma will then look to Gildas. What say you, old friend?
Why, of
What would you like
course.
to do today?
Well, who will I be tonight? Well, I'll be Jonas, the archaeologist from Gloucester that was hired by the Hemlock family to find them treasures in the land of monsters, as well as uncover exactly what it is they do. This is why I'm wearing this today. And I point to the circlet.
does. That's a good story. Interesting. Then I suppose I am. I suppose I'll have to play the part of the Hemlock proper. Be a bit more difficult, but I would always like the challenge of something like this. I'm always so excited in events like these. One night, being able to change who you are for just a moment, being able to see from another person's perspective. What a wonderful occasion. I understand Eleanor has been through this many times, but it's a shame she couldn't be with us. But as long as she's having a good time, that's what matters.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure you'll do fine.
And I shall be, I believe one of the names in their history was, yes, I shall be Vi Hemlock. I will be a distant relative, perhaps, and is going on a scholarly journey, which is why I hired people with me, and I must have all my proprieties unestablished at all times. And he gestures to Bub, money, glance to Yorm, groundskeeping, hunting and food, and maintain order. Gildus is a scholarly enterprise as we're going on our journey, and in the meantime, and he glances to Tulio, and of course, entertainment.
Tulio is going to make a roll.
Yes, perform. Shit.
So he gets a 12. So he reaches into his basically his satchel and takes out a little lute essentially, and he starts playing it to give you some entertainment for the sake of it, and it's not bad sounding, but in fact he plays it really well. The problem is the lute is out of tune. He actually stops plays it. Hold on. I mean, it's out of tune. Dang it! I just tuned it 2 days ago. It's the humidity in the air, I tell you. Sorry about that, Chief.
Tell me about it. It affects my instruments too. I don't think Tulio knew he played an instrument.
Tulio actually does kind of like raise an eyebrow at that while he's tuning his lute. You play, Chief?
Not the lute precisely, although my brother is phenomenal at many different instruments. I played the hurdy-gurdy.
Didn't take you for a hurdy-gurdy type, Chief. Honestly, I expect that from, well, more from Yorm or Gildos than you.
Well, the thing about it was he's like, I asked my brother a good traveling instrument, and he recommended the hurdy-gurdy. I suppose I could play any other instrument decently enough, but it's sort of grown on me. I don't know why. He said it was the instrument of the people, and I liked the idea of it.
Fair enough, Chief. And it most certainly is. It's more of a common man's instrument. That's why I didn't really strike you for it.
Well, as tonight will show, we are going to meet different expectations. Now, I think we've all figured each other out. Let us... What is the proverbial term? Smash this bowl.
Indeed. Let's make it tonight to remember.
Yorm chips up. Oi! Let's show these elves how to party! Tulio finishes tuning his lute and just kind of lets it hang down below his waist. Precisely. Let us show them how the Hemlock family arrives in style. And almost as if the staff of the Chrysanthemum House knew exactly what kind of a person Tulio was, or what kind of a part he would end up playing. His outfit is very bardy, very showy, with some extra tassels and the like, very classical bardy type of showy appearance. He even has a similar hat to one you have, Delon, and it has a feather on it as well, but his hat is a lot more extravagant with like some bells and tassels on the ends of the hat, kind of framing his head. So when he like juggles and dances around, they create a little bit of a chime effect. Though you're not sure if the tassels and bells were originally there or if Tulio just kind of jury-rigged those on. But alrighty.
Capital idea.
So with that,
Yeah,
the party
there's
begins making their way to the party area proper. Now, as you start walking the streets, just sort of banned for festivities forever. The end. We'll see.
I know, I laughed at that too.
We'll see.
The High Elves converted them to their cause and they stopped adventuring. The
You know what? If I made an RPG, that would just be one of those things where, like, alright, game over.
Alrighty.
Heavy duty brainwashing, but yeah.
So the party makes their way down the streets, just kind of walking as Tulio plays his instrument down the way, singing an old country tale. That he mentioned it has like he mentions like there once was a lady from Kentucky. It just starts singing songs like that, just all about like they're mostly like kind of perverse songs, but they're done in a way that's covers it in a way that makes it sound a lot less bad. They're all songs about sleeping with a beautiful woman. But as you're
boring.
it's boring, but this is also Tulio playing the part to the T.
Yeah.
So it's meant to be that way. But alrighty, so party makes their way gallivanting down the streets towards the event area, and as they get closer, you can hear music playing, and you even can see lights on in the distance, sort of like streaking overhead. You see fireworks blasting up, and then they blast up, explode beautifully colors, and then slowly trickle down. The fireworks even make shapes, like you swear a firework blasts off and explodes into a dragon's fire. The dragon flies around and then explodes in a bigger, more fiery red explosion. There's all kinds of fireworks going off. They're basically like the Lord of the Rings Gandalf fireworks going off overhead the festivities. You can also see that in the distance, you can see the pillared estate, where essentially there are beautiful lights that are all naturally grown, like luminescent mushrooms shining in the air, beautiful flowers, fireflies, spirits floating overhead, and also the moonlight trickling down on something in the distance that seems to shimmer with moonlight energy. However, that's all a bit in the distance. In fact, as you get closer and closer still, give me one moment. Let's see, where is the theme I wanted? Is it this one? Yeah, this is the one. Eventually, something steps, which you thought was a statue, steps out of its stand and stops you in your tracks. It is a towering statue of an elvish noble of history of some sort. And he stands and plants his stone sword in the ground, blocking your passage. Tulio stops moving and immediately he continues playing his instrument, however, and looks up at the statue. Excuse me, do you have any idea who you are blocking? Move out of the way. We are late for the party, but just on time. Fashionably late. Move. Statue completely doesn't interact and simply remains where it is. Excuse me? Are you ignoring? Do you have any idea who he sees as he flails around and just gestures dramatically to Delon? Why, this is... What did you say your name was again, Delon?
I tried to pick something elvish, so I said Vise.
This is Vise Hemlock of the Hemlock family. We are a long-standing family. In fact, he himself is one of the main members. Even if he is a little distant, he is still main member. He could be heir someday. Do you have any idea exactly who you're interrupting? As Tulio continues on, he is actually going to make another roll.
Roll because of the. Oh. Ooh.
So, Tulio actually gets certain benefits when making deception checks.
As well he should.
So, Tulio gets a nat 20. And the statue continues where it is. However, a robed figure with a circlet on his head, wearing essentially a long flowing robe and cloak with what looks like it's an interesting cloak. It's completely black, but also incredibly bright. It is like the cloak itself is made of the starry sky, as it is black, and if you look at it, it completely obscures his entire person, but only when wrapped around him. When he unwraps it from himself, so he hangs off his shoulders, it is like he has a galaxy on his back, kind of a thing. This figure walks over and raises a multi-ringed hand, which all have magical sigils and gems on them, at Tulio. We apologize for interrupting your display. However, if you are truly of the Hemlock family, then I apologize, but you are not invited to this display. Unless I have been misinformed, but I do not believe I have been. Vite, Hemlock, I apologize for gatekeeping and blocking your way. However, that is my position tonight. May I speak to you on a one-on-one level? Your man, I'm afraid, will make a scene which might disturb the festivities. I do not think he shall be speaking to you by lowering himself to your position, but however, I will default to my lord's persuasion. So he turns to you and waits for you to come to a decision, Talon. I imagine you're posing very, regally, kind of like Miguel and Tulio.
Yeah, basically I'm just, I look like a statue. Head held high, no humbleness, whatever. Completely gone. In fact, he raises a single hand and gestures its palm open slightly to the right as in move aside.
Tulio will immediately do so. However, the gentleman with the statue, seemingly at his beck and call, inclines his head to you politely. Again, I apologize for halting your progress this evening. However, you are not on my list.
Delon makes a step forward, gesturing. I'm gonna roll performance because he's bullshitting. So,
luckily you get advantage on these because of your dragon self. 14.
Gesture forward. It's not the best, but he does because he hasn't done it ever. He does a very iron rod stepping in toe, as if the leg comes out first and then the next leg. Similar to goose stepping, but not quite. As if his body stays completely rigid in this maneuver, not wasting a single ounce of energy on moving any ligaments as he approaches the gentleman. When they are on one-on-one step, without saying a single word, he gestures his head in the same direction as if we will take this privately.
The elven wizard, of course, nods his head and see as he snaps his finger and another statue comes to life and blocks the rest of the way. However, there is a small alcove behind where that statue was standing. He gestures politely. After you.
Nods. Very lightly and walks forward. Alright, boys, time to bullshit.
So once in private with the wizard,
Mhm.
he lowers his voice so as to not draw any extra attention.
Mhm.
Again, you are not on my list. Of course, I know of your established family, which is why I'm giving you as much due respect, and I'm trying to be as polite about this as possible. But you are not on the list, Lord Hemlock, sir. Perhaps there is a reason for this that I'm not been made aware of.
Tell me, what is your name?
I am a simple wizard employee of the High House.
Your status then?
Archmage.
Archmage. I see. And you know our family lineage?
Of course, I have been made well aware of all family lines that could have had any chance of arriving this evening.
And you know of our contributions to not only this facility, but scholarly in nature.
Yes, indeed, and I also know that you very, very rarely, if ever, leave your luxurious estate.
Indeed. In fact, we were not going to arrive when we noticed something peculiar. We were not invited.
Aha.
I see. So you have arrived due to the fact you were not invited at all.
We sent a letter out immediately when we heard this was not the case. It appears the letter never arrived in time, and I arrived first. I will have to have the services no longer be utilized by our family. Good help these days, you just can't have it.
No,
Regardless,
I imagine not.
Regardless, we are a forgiving family, up to a point. But our contributions inside that letter will dictate what I'm now doing in person. So I apologize if my tone is aggressive. I mean no harm. In fact, I respect you. You've done it in private. Well suited.
I of course
that
understand
means to say, however,
persuasion.
You must understand, sir, how much of an insult this is a family line to the Hemlock.
Of course. I also am fully aware of your contributions, as well as that such a letter not arriving on time is most disastrous. I'm sure if the letter had met its destination, you would have been allowed and instantly added to my list. Such a slight is, of course, unforgivable, and I will make personally sure that the staff who handle the missives and letters and the social listings properly informed about the due need of proper speed in processing both letters and the information provided. Now, as
good.
Now, as unfortunately, I should not really allow you in, your lordship. However, due to, of course, I of course understand the situations and your entourage. I can clearly see you have brought your personal choice of entertainment. You clearly have family scholar, some sort of family, probably a groundskeeper, I would imagine, judging by the blunderbuss and the very well taken care of beard. I imagine he is your family groundskeeper. I can also tell that he is also stomping impatiently and glaring, most especially. As for
we arrived earlier, where he would have participated in the hunt.
Yes, of course. I understand his frustrations. The hunt was a very spectacular affair. No doubt you would have won first place, and not that the Mithril family who handles the Mithril affairs in the mines. yes, of course, to inform you, they came in the first place, and the chrysanthemum line came in a very near second. Much to the unfortunate gripings of many others, I'm sure you can understand.
He gives
Yes.
a long sigh. At least those are respectable names.
Indeed. Now, perhaps I could attempt some sort of arrangements so that you may find a way inside. For all I understand the Hemlock line, I do not wish to anger them in any particular way, and I can tell you have come with a full entourage, and it would be very, very disadvantageous for your family's contributions to dry up, and for that to fall on such a clear misunderstanding. Now, perhaps, well, you see, there is actually a family who was recently uninvited, so there is actually a slot that I could perhaps fit you in. We usually have a certain, as you are fully aware, we have a very specific number of guests that are always invited. It's a very specific number, and with the number being one lesser, it is the tempo of the entire event has been thrown into disharmony. I do not believe any sort of problems would arise if the Hemlock family, another incredibly prestigious, long-standing family with immaculate donations, were to fill such a void. In fact, I believe it could be arranged in such a way as to be the Hemlock's very own blessing to arrive in such a fashion. And we would have no real need to further discuss any or bring up any such grievances.
Delon doesn't say anything and just nods. And but before turning almost 90 degrees is set to leave, but before he does, he gestures with his head, almost ramrod, turning it immediately and says, "Yo, it's like I will write a letter about this in the future. Your name will be attached. I will recommend a promotion.
Thank you.
Your understanding is greatly appreciated."
Of course. He waits
Nods
for you
and
to
steps.
leave and then follows suit, respecting your rank and authority. And then once you have gotten back fully in step with your group, you hear a very, very faint snap as the guardian statues slowly step back up onto their positions on the sides of the walkway. Tulio makes a point to nod very, as you see fit, sir, to the both statues, and continues playing his instrument, leading down the way. As you get very close to the festivities themselves, Tulio starts singing in Elvish, and he makes a very, very loud display to catch attention. It's 26. So Tulio is basically singing extremely loudly, kind of like an opera singer would, while playing his instrument, and singing extremely fluently and beautifully in Elvish. Which catches the attention of the nobles in the area, and he finishes his song with stomping several times, kind of like Spanish stomp, like dun dun dun, and then poses and throws his arms back in a gesture straight to you, Delon, and the entourage. I give you Lord White Hemlock, the Hemlock family. We have arrived. Make yourselves respectable for his lordship. Many of the nobles look over, and some of them begin murmuring to each other as if they were not invited. Were they? Who let the rabble in? What a showy display. However, a few more of the ones that are more clearly have some sort of manner of control over the event kind of step forwards very gracefully with long steps and eventually come up to your group. Ah, Wyatt Hemlock, I have not heard that name. He must be, of course, one of the more scholarly types who usually remains indoors. It's quite fortuitous for you to have arrived, and indeed, you've arrived just when we expected you. Please, make yourself quite comfortable, and, of course, help yourselves and enjoy the festivities.
Delon nods, doesn't say anything to him, and just gestures for everyone else.
Alright. With that, the party makes their way into the festivities proper.
Enjoy, y'all.
Once you're here, you get a proper look at everything that you were seeing from a distance. So this is essentially similar to a Greek pantheon in outward design. The outside is filled with large pillars and it's less like the inside, so like less like a building and more like the outer large pillars, like white pillars, just marble, with perfectly woven together with greenery and the lush environment. In fact, there's engravings and murals here in certain places. There's even a fountain as well, which is trickling beautiful waters. You can see spirits flying in the air. You can see fireworks every once in a while go off that are beautifully animated, clearly made with like magic to influence them, to allow them to be such a spectacular sight. And you can also see that there is beautiful food. Everyone is dressed to the nines. You can see some high elf women wearing extremely poofy, large, like extravagant dresses with like big hats. Some of them have like their hat looks like a swan. Others it looks like there's like an entire forest on the hat. You even see one lady's hat, which has like somehow magically her hat is like a fountain itself with like birds inside of it, living birds, literally, and like they're in a little bath, little tiny like bird bath on top of her head. There's also just the men wearing extravagant, very frilly, but similar to yourselves, very beautiful and prideful outfits that reflect their personalities in their houses. Everyone's wearing masks, so it's actually very hard to see who they are. Funny enough, with their hats combined with the masks and their completely covered forms, it's the only thing that you would assume could puzzle out who is who and where they are and what they could be from is if you knew the interworkings of the High Elven noble court. So essentially, there is a clear sign somewhere, either with their personality, with the design of their garb, who made their garb, or something like that, that would show where they're from and who. But overall, it allows for some anonymity. Well, if you're clever enough or you're connected enough, you may be able to tell who you're speaking with. Everyone's also wearing incredible amounts of jewelry, and it's all under the moonlight. And the moonlight shines down from way up high into a jewel that floats in the center of the entire area. Kind of like a chandelier, but this rock floating up above the entire area reflects and shines this moonlight almost like a star right in front of your eyes, all over this entire area, beautifully and naturally lighting the entire area. You can also see that there are minor lights that are being done with luminescent mushrooms and flowering bioluminescent flowers and the like. You can also see that there are some nobles playing card games. There's some that are seeming to be playing what look like some dice games of some sort. There's many nobles dancing, like sort of very, very close and long flowing movements. There's a live band playing. All sorts of extravagance.
let's get a taste of the drink and we'll go from there, I think.
Alrighty. So Gildos, you go over and you go to get a drink. Yes, it's very similar to like the Prince Ali type of vibe at times. Look at the size of that hat. Scandalous. But alrighty, Gildos, you go to get a drink. Make a con save.
Wow. I've not drank it yet.
Well, when you go to drink it, make a con save.
Well, it's more like, I just take the drink, right? Like, serve it normally. And like, looking at my glass, remembering I have a mask on. And I'm like, if I fill this up, I'm gonna be recognized. So, it's gonna be pretty hard to let you drink considerably. But can I see you trying to get a sippy from, discreetly?
So you sip
Yeah.
from it discreetly, yes?
Yeah, then here you go.
Alright, so with the 22, Gildos, as soon as you take a sip of this drink, it catches you very much off guard just how strong this, wine is. It must be like 1,000 years old or something, because the alcoholic potency of this one wine that you were drinking is, it could knock an animal out. Suddenly the elves pre-gaming for so long and not being very badly affected starts to make a little more sense if this is what they drink at these sort of festivities on the norm.
Oh, maybe they do drink this all day, I think. But for some reason, it doesn't affect them. Otherwise, I think back to earlier today, where Eleanor just drank like, what, 6-7 glasses of wine? Well, that was it. Wow. Actually, let's ask the nearest elf then. Because clearly I'm new, I'm not really a connoisseur of wine. So, we'll simply ask. Say, my lord, this wine is extremely strong. Just, what is it that you put in, or just how long do you refine it?
So as you speak to this elvish lord, he turns around to you, and he is holding a tiger cub in his arms that he pets like a evil maniac. Oh, that wine? Well, you see, that wine is in very, very old vintage. Wine, it was from one of the most bountiful harvests we ever had. In fact, it was, I believe it's 5,000-year-old vintage. Only the best for around here, yes.
To be quite honest with you, I'm rather floored that you can just simply put a bottle in a cave for 5,000 years. I mean, surely after about 100 or so, be undrinkable.
Oh no,
I
it
mean-
only becomes drinkable after the first 1,000 years, trust me. As with all things, the older it gets, the more refined the palate. Still holding the cat, he slowly reaches and raises you a glass and takes a sip from it.
I guess I'll share with him, though, kind of like internally reluctantly. So like,
You're like, oh god, oh god.
well, it's more that, well, if things get more refined, as they age, then the high elves will be, much refined as well.
Oh, really? I didn't notice that.
Uh-huh. But yeah, let's drink again. But I won't make it more than like 3 glasses tonight. I think, just in case.
Sounds good.
Because I think if I down the 4th one, then it won't be Jonas anymore. You know, I guess another one then.
Yep, another con save.
Yeah. 9.
So, Gildas, as you take a sip from it this time, it hits you in full, as you didn't just take a small sip to taste, you took a full sip there. And, you feel like if you get hit like that one more time, you're gonna start getting some disadvantages.
I imagine that. Try down it and go back to a neutral state and look at the dude. I also flinch a bit. It's at the same time, it's oof.
Seeing your appreciation for the drink, he inclines his head to you, petting the top of his tiger's head. I can see that you are ruminating on the excellence of the brew.
It is a quite good one. Although, like most good things, I don't think it would be good in excess.
No, of course not. The 5,000-plus-year-old brews are only brought out for true balls such as these, which we do not hold all the time, but they are nonetheless a spectacular occasion. No, we drink the 3,000-year-old brews on the norm.
Ah, of course. There's much to the elven culture I do not know. For instance, when you're doing this, what do you usually eat with it? What would you recommend?
Well, if you wish to have my recommendation, which I can perfectly understand that you would, I highly recommend that you have the quail's egg with it, or perhaps you could have the venison over yonder. I'd recommend staying away from fruits or cheeses while drinking it, though. It will cut the palate, muddy the fragrance of the brew.
I mean, we've already got quite a few plates already, so I'm not sure. Well, we already ate some meat after the hunt, so then I'm gonna go for the eggs.
Alrighty. So you go over to the buffet table and you see there's actually a lot of quail's eggs there, and it's a very popular item to eat. As many are eating quail's eggs while drinking and nursing their wines.
Oh, when in Rome, may as well do like the others.
So as you take a bite of the quail egg, Gildas, you feel a little sobered up. Feel a little more rejuvenated. Also,
so
the
that's
egg
what
is
it-
incredibly well seasoned, though very lightly seasoned, minimally so. But even with minimal seasoning, whatever they use to season it is, it is delicious.
I see why everybody here is eating those and why there's such a quantity. Well, I think if you don't eat that every couple of drinks, well, surely cause a scene. I did think I'm just gonna do this for a bit, listening to other conversations and then
Alrighty.
Insert myself into one later.
So Gildas will kind of mingle around with some food and drink and get a feel for the room before he continues onwards. So, anyone else want to do something while Gildas is kind of eavesdropping, as he does? Come now, don't be shy. Oh,
I'm
Bob
just been
volunteers.
Yeah. So,
Right into my plan.
plan?
No, I was like, all right, I'm gonna not talk so people have.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, are there any particularly, like, opulent elves in terms of, like, jewelry and stuff like that?
Oh, there's a lot of opulent elves wearing a lot of jewelry.
Okay.
You're in the equivalent of the Scrooge McDuck's vault.
Essentially,
Yeah,
yeah.
basically.
Like, that's how much wealth is
Cool.
on display here.
I don't really know what to do. I'm gonna go to the dinner table.
You go over to the dinner table, and unfortunately, it's built with the height of the elves in mind, so you're a bit short, and there's no step-ups to get to it.
Whoa! Whoa! WOE. Bubs starts, like, saying.
So as Bub is kind of like making a small scene trying to get to the food, I suppose, a servant comes over, which you notice is the servant is a halfling. The halfling comes over and stops you and pauses as he looks at you. He's a good head taller than you. He's about as tall as maybe like a dwarf, maybe a little taller than some dwarves, but also shorter than most dwarves. But he could see over onto the table because he's a bit taller than you.
Cool.
As you are a runt of kobolds.
Yep.
Sorry about that. What can I do for you?
I, Bimsy, silver coin, request access to the dinner table.
I see. As you look at him a little closer now, Bimsy, you see that he is wearing basically a butler outfit with like a bow tie, and he's got a silver tray on one hand and a cloth over that same arm, and he's simply got the other kind of tucked behind his back. What would you like? What can I get you?
Can I even see what's on the table?
You can see what's on the table, but you can't reach it, essentially.
Describe to me what is on this table, you bell.
Well, I was gonna say if I couldn't see it, I would literally have done that. So yeah, I'm gonna point out the stuff that I want.
Alrighty. So you point to all the items that you want. He nods, taking careful attention to anything that you want. And then when you finished, he walks away and will return with the food items that you wanted. By the way, Bub, how excessive on like the food did you go? Like how many different items did you ask for?
Well, I guess I have to feed my wolf and stuff, so quite a bit.
Alright, so he's gone for about maybe a minute, and then comes back with a cart with multiple silver trays covering multiple plates, and he pushes the cart over to you, and then he stops in front of you, Bub. I'm very sorry. Where would you like this?
Yeah, it's over here, please.
As you say. And he pushes the cart over to where you gesture to, which I imagine Bub just accommodates an entire table.
Yeah. Mine.
So Bub just commandates an entire table, and the halfling proceeds to set the table for you with all of the food easily accessible to wherever you could want it. And essentially, you have he leaves you like a plate and some silverware for you, and then he stays by your side essentially and waits for you to gesture what you want from which plate, and he essentially will deposit it onto your plate for you.
Excellent.
So once all the food is on your tray, Bub, he gives a low bow and then rises back up. If you need anything else, simply call, and I will arrive.
Good.
So with that, he walks off, wheeling the cart off with him as he does so, disappearing into the crowds of elves and servants. As you're eating and stuffing your face, Bub, you see as a pixie comes down and sits on top of your hat. Whatever is a kobold doing here?
Do I recognize this pixie?
It sounds very familiar.
You let her out.
I know. I was wondering about that. He goes, yeah, so I think gnomes and kobolds really hate each other, if I remember correctly. I'm not sure in your setting if that's the case.
In my setting, goblins and gnomes hate each other.
Okay.
I mean, sorry,
Yeah,
not goblins
so-
and gnomes, goblins and kobolds hate each other. Gnomes actually don't seem to hate any race more than the other, they just hate bad business in my setting.
Yeah, so Bub's like, I take offense to that. But seriously, what are you doing here?
I'm the one asking a question here. What are you doing here? Did you follow little old me all this way?
No. We're here in the Wildlands on business.
Gnomes do love their business. You feel as she lays down on your hat, it starts like batting at the feather on top of your hat. And tell me, what kind of business are you getting up to?
Well, let me check my character sheet for the list of quests I have.
Cause oh boy, it's a doozy.
I am an important emissary. Let's see. What was the other quest? I must locate the Rocktooth tribe and return a trinket. Return my wolf from the forest and find the poachers.
How droll. Going around fetching objects and getting into scuffles. How dirty and beneath you.
So Bub actually thinks about that for a second. He said, what type of work would be below me? I mean, above me. He looks confused.
Well, if you're an emissary, that means you're a diplomat, dear gnome. You should be going around rubbing shoulders with high socialites and getting them to agree with your perceptions or your persuasions. You should be putting on pleasantries and occasionally deceiving those, or telling them what they want to hear, so that you can get something out of them.
I already got them to have a meeting about what I want from them.
Oh, well, isn't that fascinating? I never thought you capable.
Bub is capable of many things.
Capable indeed. You did, after all, free little old me.
That's right. So, what have you been up to? Have you been using your freedom well?
Oh, very well. I just thought I saw a certain little someone over here, and I just had to pop in and say hello. She slowly jumps off your hat and flies down and sits on a cinnamon bun that's just like in front of you.
Yeah. I do say that you should heed the warnings that you are to be hearing. I said it not merely for the benefit of these wonderful elves, but also for the spirits, and by extension, the Fae of the forest.
But the forest is so dirty and dingy. I much prefer staying inside and dabbling in the pleasant, beautiful, sugary worlds here.
So, like, Bub just, like, looks at her like she's, like, some other type of creature. That's not very Fae of you.
Aww. What can I say? The Feywild's a bit too chaotic for my liking. A girl gets to a certain age and she likes stability.
Stability. Well, only chaos is coming. You can't shelter yourself up here forever.
Unfortunately not, and I'm only here for a little while anyways.
Yeah. Me too.
Then we're very similar in that fact. Tell me, darling druid, what kinds of situations have you been getting up to? Have you encountered any odd interactions?
Bub has encountered many odd interactions.
Oh, do tell. I do love me some gossip.
So he like narrows his eyes and says, gossip implies that there's other people that gossip too. Who you gonna be telling this?
Oh. And here I thought that you weren't quite that observant.
Bub is very observant. He is a wise druid.
Unfortunately, that is very obviously the case, for my feminine wiles are having no effect on you.
I don't know what either of those things are, and that's okay.
Aw. I could just eat you up. Well then, if you're asking who would other hear about these things, well, no one really that special. Just the other girls. You know, they love hearing about strong druids like yourself.
There's something I want to look up, but I think it would.
Girls have
return
cooties.
Something different. No, I was like, because I'm trying to think how far into 6 years old Bub is, and whether he's like sired children yet. Because you know,
I mean, he
kobolds.
probably hasn't
It's
even like thought about it. If I'm honest,
it's like one
He's
big
probably
dog
like,
pile in there.
Honestly, Bub probably understands the process, and he's probably like at the age where like eventually he knows what it is. But I'm imagining it's like, as a druid, I have other things on my mind.
Yeah.
alternate, like very similarly. It's just like, I know what it is, and then like Lois has said, but you talk to girls, kind of like at the same time, like, oh, I'm curious about this. Tell me of these ways.
Yeah. I know what this is, but Bub is a druid. That isn't his duty.
Aw, no fun, no fun. Then perhaps I won't tell them and I'll just keep it to myself. So what kinds of adventures have you been going on?
Well, we were going. Let's see. This is to the east of the place we were before, right?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify. So, we were in the north, just west of here, and we were on an adventure in the snow, and blah 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 T-Rex story. I totally embellished it to sound like I'm even more epic, though.
Oh, good heavens, how crazy. You slayed a T-Rex. Wow, you all must be very powerful.
Bub is very powerful.
I can see
Only
that
growing
now.
in power. so I can fight against the evil that threatens the balance of nature.
I see, I see. But I was not very well aware that you could get from there to here unless you flew. After all, I had to fly over the mountain, and I risked my little wings freezing off.
No, we didn't fly. I'm very good at finding paths.
You know, she risked that much. She could have just like, hey, I'm just gonna hang around you guys so I don't have to work. Not smart on her part.
Mm-hmm.
I see, I see. So you found another path. Where was that path, in case I want to take it?
At a game I don't remember.
So out of game, you took like an ice barge, so like a giant, like a little piece of a glacier.
Oh, right, the boat.
That was like
yeah,
a boat.
okay.
Yeah.
I remember. We took that barge.
A barge? Why haven't I heard of
dangerous,
such
though.
a thing? Dangerous?
Well, you have wings, you'd have no reason to take one. So that's not surprising. Yes, it was very dangerous. We got attacked by sea creatures on the way.
Oh, good heavens. It seems like wherever you go, you get into trouble.
Yeah. So Bub starts to think, and then looks at her suspiciously. And it's like, yeah, it's like someone's following us, but I don't see any trails.
That is very odd.
You're Fey magic.
Yes, I'm a pixie.
Could evil people be watching us using magic?
Well, I mean, anyone could be watching anyone with magic. But I don't know about if evil people specifically are using magic, or what the Fae has to do with that.
Well, there are certain people who don't want Bub to continue his journey. That means they're evil.
I see. It's a rather simple line of thinking, but I think I can follow it. Well, I hope that those people following you learn that not to mess with you after all. You're a very powerful druid, and getting more and more powerful as you go.
You think they would have learned by now, but they haven't.
Maybe you'll teach them one more time, who knows?
Well, I have to find them first.
Well, then I wish you luck trying to find them, powerful druid.
Cool. The problem is, where do you look for those hooded guys?
Hooded guys?
Yeah. They're bad, like a cult.
Ooh, cults are icky. They make your skin bust out into hives, filled with nasty, icky black magic.
So he thinks about it for a second. He says, well, maybe there's a way we could protect ourselves from being watched.
You'd need some sort of obscuration, something to maybe obscure you from the eyes of those who would watch you on far with scrying or something.
Yeah. It seems like it'll be hard to find.
Yeah, it's very difficult to hide from a scrying spell, especially if the one using it has something of your person.
I keep all my stuff.
Oh yes, but say if you dropped a scale or a claw somewhere, or if you bled on something.
Well, that'd be impossible then. That stuff happens too often.
Exactly. Someone just needs to collect whatever that is, and then bring it back to the one performing the scrying spell, and voila! You can observe someone from a very far, safe distance away without them ever knowing.
Wow, I don't like that.
How do you know this?
He's just assuming fey magic.
I know, but like, how do you know this? How do you know this? Tell me how you know this. Is there a script somewhere? Looking at a script?
He says, well, you've been having trouble traveling.
Oh, I keep getting locked up or caged or assaulted and have to run. Why, I even lost a stocking the other day.
Oh, that's not too bad.
It's not too bad. Don't you have any idea how bad losing a stocking is?
No.
I have to find a matching one, otherwise I'll be all out of whack. And that's just odd. And I can't be wearing one stocking of another color and another one. I would be a clown.
People whack clowns?
People whack clowns all the time. Bad jesters are poor form.
So
If you anger the wrong lord while trying to entertain them as a jester, you could get whacked right off.
Well, I happen to be a very important druid, and I'm friendly with the spirits in the area. If you need to travel somewhere, I could arrange something.
No. You see, wherever you go, trouble follows. I want nothing to do with that.
You don't have to go with me.
Then who would I be going with?
The spirits. I just said that.
Oh, I see. Well, I could pal around with the spirits, but see, I am also on a long journey.
Where are you going? You want to stay away from the Fey Wilds, and you want to be away from danger in the cities. So that means you must be going to another city.
Oh, a lady never kisses and tells.
But you can tell and not kiss?
I've never thought of it like that before. I'll have to think on that some more. She hops off the cinnamon bun, kind of dusting the sprinkles off her butt, and then floats back up. Does a little pirouette and a twirl, sprinkling little sparkles everywhere, and then starts flying back up, stretching her arms. Well, it was lovely talking with you, but I really must be going.
Okay, don't get up to too much trouble.
Oh no, I detest trouble. Makes you bust out in hives. Toodles.
She's so weird. She seems like a fun character, though.
She then
Also,
just kind of flies
partially-
right off.
Are the Fae part of the evil death cult that are trying to kill us? That's what I got from that conversation. So, I now have a new objective.
What's that?
Find a way to not get scryed, because that's probably how they're following us. I know there's items that do it.
You gotta cover yourself in thick mud. That's in the center of the forest, though. Magically enchanted mud. You'll never be clean, but no one will ever be able to scry you.
That's actually pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie.
Magically enchanted mud, you say?
That game's on hiatus.
You'll just be you'll be a walking Charlie Brown character, a walking pig pen with dust.
You're so dirty and so stinky that it's impossible to see you. But alrighty, so while Bob continues to feast on the foods while thinking of his conversation with the little pixie character, what is Delon up to?
Delon has some objectives. Alright. If I were a pompous, egotistical noble, what would be the first thing I do? Delon has to think carefully about that because he's not a pompous asshole. I think the first thing is just make sure you're the top of the walk. So I'm going to go to where Rem went to get a drink, and I'm just going to go and ask for one.
Alright, so you go over to the table and ask for a drink, and instead of grabbing one yourself, you simply ask for one vocally. And shortly after, a waiter comes over with a tray filled with glasses on it, and he simply leans down, bowing to you for you to take one, without another word.
Which is the finest among this collection?
Still not raising his head at you, he simply twists his wrist a little bit to point a certain glass to you. You notice that the wine inside of it is slightly more purple than the others.
Yeah, we'll take it. Excellent.
Alrighty. So with that glass in hand...
I'm gonna roll Constitution.
Yep, if you take a sip, roll Constitution. Constitution save.
Oh lord. Don't ruin this. Don't ruin this for me. Yeah, 24. I got that strong Constitution. Alrighty. Took a sip. A-okay. Now I'm gonna make my way to the party.
So after taking the sip and you're A-okay, it does actually surprise you just how potent this wine is, and you feel like you're gonna have to be quite careful when you drink around here, because this stuff is strong, but it also is incredibly delicious.
Mental note for Delon later. Has to ask what this is. Actually, he's going to do it now. Servant, what vintage is this excellent wine from?
So the servant, remaining bowing after you had taken a drink from him and taken a sip of it, he remains with his head inclined and speaks to you finally. That is a 5,300-year-old vintage from just before the harvest that we had. While most of the other drinks are the 5,000-year-old vintage of one of our most esteemed and prosperous harvests. This is a 5,300-year-old glass vintage from a very actually minimal harvest. There was almost nothing truly harvested that year, so the fruits and the harvest itself was crushed and fermented down into a very select few bottles, and despite the harvest itself being bountiful, the fruits that year were some of the sweetest on record.
Delon, utters silently, 5,000 years. Jesus Christ. He has the act slip for but a moment, and then he comes back to it. I say, you have busted for this occasion.
Yes, my lord.
I'm possibly inquiring a bottle at a later time. You may leave me. You've done well.
Without another word, he simply keeps his head inclined and turns around and leaves your person. Only when he is out of sight does he stand back upright.
Delon will now make his way to... He's going to look for the most Oh, he's gonna look for like a gaggle of pompous assholes holding a glass because he's a dick.
So as you look for a gaggle of pompous assholes, you find that the most pompous gaggle of assholes there are gathered around either the card tables or dice tables, and are essentially just gambling.
He watches for a moment.
As you continue to watch, one of the nobles, kind of slams his glass down with a frown and leans back into his chair, very clearly frustrated. When he does so, you see Tulio sitting to his right, pulling in a top pile of cash.
Well done. Like, Delon gives like a slight raise of glass and a nod.
You see as Tulio starts dealing the next hand, as the nobles notably rotate around who the dealer is after every round. And it's now Tulio's turn. He's dealing around, and very, very subtly, you see as he shoots you a wink, while dealing the cards, without missing a beat. Alrighty.
Is he asking me? Yeah.
Oh no, he was just winking in response to your little nod.
Got it. Oh, that's taken care of, and he's showing them up. I'm gonna look for. You can kind of gauge the party a little bit more. I'm gonna maybe look for some of the. There has to be like a gaggle of ladies and gentlemen just talking amongst themselves and openly.
There are.
They talking among themselves openly.
Oh yes, there are a lot of conversations being had very vocally.
I'm going to clear anyone that starts talking about Chrysanthemum.
So as you're kind of looking around, you eventually overhear a conversation between a very buxom elf. So buxom, in fact, that there's no way that's natural. It must have been magically enhanced somehow.
Oh, Lord.
And she is fanning herself while basically bad-talking the Chrysanthemum line with another noble who... she is equally as almost artificially buxom, and she is doing the same. She has a very powdered face. Oh, the chrysanthemums, I'm so happy they didn't show. Oh, if they showed, I'm afraid that I would have had to disclose my beautiful caretaker. Oh, and I did not wish to even bother with such things with her ladyship, Eleanor. Oh, no, I understand exactly what you mean. No, Eleanor has quite the mundane, quite the common appearance, and she would, of course, be requesting about our specific caretakers. Not that I would give her my
10
real
out of 10. Has a common appearance. Confused Jackie Chan face.
Not that I would give her my actual one. I think I would give her my second-hand caretaker. Oh, yes, exactly. I wouldn't even give her that. I would give her my fourth-hand one. One I quite fired a few generations back.
Delon will approach, just wafting his glass gently as he's listening on. Just like in the background, not quite like immediately in the adherence. He's going to let them squawk a little bit longer.
They continue to squawk until eventually they you overhear them say one thing that causes them both to just kind of start chortling together, like annoying songbirds. Specifically, they essentially go. It ends up something akin to this. Why, indeed, the chrysanthemum line is quite the joke. After all, look at the head of the family, wounded in the right knee, quite conveniently with a duel with his own brother. And then the brother just so happens to fall ill, and then they have only a single child. Then they don't even show anymore. Oh, and that child, such a troublesome lady. We very rarely see her, and she's always going around. Why, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that they were just kind of trying to get rid of her until they could get a man in the house.
At that point, Delon will step in. Pardon Pardon me, ladies. I heard you were speaking on an occasion of the chrysanthemums.
They turn to you, puffing out their chests quite visibly, and fanning their breasts very openly. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Are you also interested in the conversation?
Chrysanthemums intrigue our family somewhat, although it is although it has been some time since we've heard such allegations on them. Forgive me. Forgive me, my introductions. I am V's Hemlock.
Oh, Lord Hemlock. Well, very nice to make your acquaintance. Why, I have not met a Hemlock in many a year.
We like our privacy.
Oh, I'm well aware. Tell me, how is your father doing? It's been a while since I checked in on him. He has not invited me back in quite some time.
Forgive me. He has not spoken of many meetings in quite some time. Focused merely on research. I believe he was finishing his latest addendums.
Oh, nor would he, actually, now that I think about it. After all, you are quite private. And some of the research that you conduct is of the most private manner.
Indeed.
But what would possibly catch your attention when it comes to the chrysanthemums?
I was intrigued by their manner of speaking. This Lady Chrysanthemum is Eleanor, as you were. Strange. I very rarely hear of a high elf leaving her former prosperity and moving around. Quite scandalous.
Absolutely so. If I'd have known you better, I would believe that her father was trying to let her be offed, so that he wouldn't have to deal with such a rebellious heir. Well, the other lady nods, coming up onto your left side and pushing herself against you in a very attempted seductive manner. Oh, we need not talk about her ladyship, Chrysanthemum. I believe the Marigold line is much superior.
Marigold?
Aye, the Marigolds. She says that with like a wink at you.
And what is their stature, if I may ask?
We govern all trade when it comes to import and exports of perfumes.
Ah, indeed. You would know quite the examples on many exotic types.
Only the most exotic flowers get made into perfumes in our lines.
And I'm sure they're made quite naturally, of course.
Oh, all naturally. I could show you if you like.
No. I'm just curious on my research on it.
Well, perhaps I could teach you. Assist in your research on the topic.
In what ways could you educate me?
Well, perhaps after the party is over, we can enter into a private abode and I could disclose such information to you. It is a family secret, after all. Oh, Marigold, you harlots!
Man, getting some shade from her friend over there.
Oh,
Yeah.
come off it, darling. You know full well I meant it on only the most honorable of intentions. Oh, is that why you're over there hugging him so? I was doing no such thing. Perhaps I should withdraw my request to join you on an outing. You may request such a withdrawal as you're very well done. You may do so whenever you please, as it makes no consequence to the Marigold line. And nor do I believe the Aquamarine line has any consequence with the Marigold line. You see, as both girls have now begun to completely ignore you and are very, basically shoving their tits at each other and quite obviously yelling at each other now.
And he will make his departure, and thinking to himself, I understand now why Eleanor is not interested in some of these parties. But before he does go, he does stop for a brief moment. He glances at their chest briefly and just shakes his head like, goodness gracious.
He's a man. Look, that's like all the politeness aside. Like Jesus.
Their dresses also make their magically
Yeah.
enhanced assets pop out even more.
Exactly. It's just like, my lord.
Maybe this culture isn't so bad after all.
Exactly. Maybe this culture isn't so bad after all. You know what? That's the title of this episode, everybody. It's like Always Sunny in Philadelphia, subtitle. Maybe the high elf culture isn't so bad after all. With that music playing. So Delon is actually then gonna. I'm gonna go see if there's a bunch of gentlemen just talking. Maybe a few women here and there in that conversation. He's looking for a big group. He wants to show off.
Alrighty. So as you're going around, Delon, looking for a big group to listen in on, you eventually find a very large group of almost exclusively men talking, and the only women with them are hanging off their arms, essentially, and are very clearly with them. When you arrive, you hear that they're all discussing, essentially, notably, they're rating the single women in the ball.
Ah.
You can also see, as you get closer, you hear a familiar voice chime up, and, you hear a familiar voice chime up. Personally speaking, I think that all the women here have no skin and no single fabrics on dwarven women.
I love Yorm so much.
Yeah.
I love him so much.
There isn't an elf stocky enough to satisfy a dwarf's insatiable hunger. Several of the elves actually turned to Yorm, very fascinated by his bold declaration. Oh, and why is that? Say, you believe that Lady Marigold over there is not stocky enough? After all, I believe she's quite stocky, if I do say so myself. Oh, yes, she might be a bit top-heavy, but she ain't stocky in all the right ways. Not like a dwarf.
Oh my god.
As you're listening in,
approaching.
and you start approaching, you see as Yorm looks at you, and he gestures you. What about you, my lord? What do you think of the ladies here? I myself don't find there's a single elvish lady here that fits my befitting, but after all, I am your groundskeeper, so I'd like to hear what you have to say.
I've spoken with Lady Marigold and Aquamarine. I agree in their top heaviness. However, they lack a certain je ne sais quoi. Although I'm sure they'll make healthy wives should the time ever arrive.
And hopefully some of those times arrive soon. I'm afraid some of those women around here are getting a bit less valuable as time would has it. Indeed.
I think then we have a fundamental disagreement on age. Then, what time do you believe someone ages out of excellence?
Oh, well, it's not just the simple age of the matter, my lord. See, and as far as I'm concerned, a lady, once she has reached a certain age, has gained a certain amount of siblings. The valuability of her line, and marrying her becomes lesser. For all, the more siblings, that means the more, difficulties when making important decisions you have to handle and interact with.
You look at this as a logical problem, then.
Precisely. Not that she is unattractive, not that she is ill-befitting, or not able to sire an heir, or that she would not be quite wonderful if she were to get her at home and make her your very own. Simply put, there would be difficulties when handling matters of affairs in state. The more family members you have to work with, the more difficult it becomes on a business perspective.
So by your perspective, a singular line held barely by another singular line is the most valuable. The rarest of commodity, then.
Precisely. A line with only one heir is Everyone's going to want it. After all, that means that there is, especially if it is the heiress as a lady herself, that means that the line is most valuable as the assets and the manner in which you might potentially use them, as well as the connections that come with marrying into that family are
Ah,
all for the taking.
but I wonder though, if I may say so. While I can understand the rare impress and the rare quality of someone, what does that matter if the individual which you spend time with is so unbelievably unbearable that they won't even desire to sire you a child? Then what would you do, my lord?
Well then, for the good of the family, you both eventually put your differences aside and work extremely difficultly and quickly to sire a child so that you have very little need to do so again in the future.
Assumably before one of you doesn't pass, or presumably before, I dare say it, the house line runs out of money. Shivers.
Ugh, I can't imagine what kind of wasteful spending would lead to a family that is valuable, and once you get into it, how you could possibly mismanage such a valuable line so that it runs out of wealth.
Mm-mm.
Your wealth should be used to make more wealth, not squander it.
Indeed.
As he says that,
That is-
all the other men there chime up, raising their glasses. Here, 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 here.
Yeah, indeed. Then, but of course, that's also a tribute to the help as well. You don't have sufficient help, you can't do anything.
Indeed. But if you, as I'm sure you're well aware, if you have the wealth, you can, of course, hire the best help, as you do have quite the capable groundskeeper. I can tell he's a dwarf of very notable station, I can tell.
He's a crack shot at that too. Had we arrived sooner, we would have participated in the hunt. Would have given you a run for your money. Of course, gratitude to the previous winners. He raises his glass.
All of them raise a glass of that as well. Yorm actually chips up. Aye, to the best hunter of the night. I would have shown him up if I had the chance. Bringing a dwarven huntsman to an all-elvish hunting party. Think I would have liked to have seen that. Could have been quite the spectacle. Or quite embarrassing for you, my lord. Or alternatively, it could have been just the new measure to shake things up in a more positive favor for your odds. Hard to anticipate a dwarven huntsman.
I have heard there were a few shakeups of their own. A dragonborn, if I will.
Oh yes,
And
quite
a
the
kobold
showy figure.
druid.
The druid, he was difficult to deal with. I remember I saw the poor councilman practically shaking in his boots while having to deal with him, worried about upsetting the temperamental creature.
Did any of you know what he wanted? I've heard nothing of this.
I can't really say. I wasn't paying close enough attention. I was more observing from the back, ready to step in if needed, of course. But most of what I could overhear, I heard from some of the ladies around us. The ladies are really the ones who love to listen in on such things, you know. From what I've heard,
Indeed.
seems to have been some sort of a spat about obligations and defensement and fulfilling an honor or a duty or a promise of some sort.
That is as I feared. As he gestures with his wine glass. Yeah, it recalls something I've heard something similar. As you know, the hemlocks are in the part of the forest. We don't venture much in Muscala. But we have heard some issues coming up recently. If I were all of you, and I make no suggestions to anyone, I would do yourself a favor and send a small pool of money just in case you might have to invest it in other unsavory savory protections.
Might be worth looking into, my lord. I think many of the men and women here, of course, that are listening to such advice would take that into account and consider it. sort of
Of course,
not an on the table sort of situation, but more of an under the table operation.
of course, of course. I only bring it up for polite sake. But enough about the off business. We were talking about the ladies of the resort, which of course Donald will bow politely and to the women, and he's going to roll a performance for it as he's going to do a very it looks like it's going to hurt backwise, but he's doing so in a very rigid style. Doesn't exactly do great, but hey, since it's 7, I'll let it fly.
You get a 12 because again advantage.
Oh, okay, look at 12. It's all right.
Yeah. So you do so, and many of the women just kind of give you a nod with a smile. The women who are there actually are no real women here that are not hanging off someone's arm, but
Mhm.
the ones that do see you do of course give you a smile and kind of a nod, appreciating the gesture and finding it endearing. You see, as one gentleman, as you stand back upright, speaks up as well. He, noticeably, his mask keeps his very curly mustache blatantly on display,
Yeah.
which he is twirling as he speaks up. Personally speaking, I think the belle of the ball would have been the chrysanthemum line, for all fits every single bit that you have said, my lord. She, of course, she's a sole heiress, soon to be, and many of you think that she is a problem, as she has been going around gallivanting. I find that if she survives the entire endeavor, her net worth will, of course, increase dramatically. It's a risky gamble, not one I would have personally taken, but I do find that increasing such assets in such a way, and already having such accommodating, magnificent breeding when it comes to your own assets is quite endearing in its own way. I would say she would have been the belle of the ball if only she had arrived. I would have liked to have shown her a wonderful time on the dance floor. Several of the other lords kind of chime up, and some nod, others are just kind of dismiss them. The chrysanthemum line is a very old one, and well, yes, it does fit many of the greater standards. I find that her appearance is far too plain. There's very little touch-ups or additions or festivities or anything sort of the sort. It's far too common. Others, however, chime up and raise their glass. Here, the chrysanthemum line keeps true to tradition. It doesn't enhance or dissuade with newfangled additions. No, they know that they have everything that they need, and they have no need to alter it. I can respect such things. Nor would they ever hear such things from me, of course, as they take a long sip of wine. They all, of course, nod. No, it's the best to praise them without them hearing it. Let's go to their head.
Indeed. I can't really, I'm not gonna really respond until someone asks a question, so I'm just kind of like, yes, indeed.
Alright, so as they begin talking some more, they continue talking about multiple ladies and comparing them, until one of them chimes up and points to you, Delon, very specifically. What about you? I'm very curious. After all, most of the time you are shut in, and you mentioned you were near the border. You're near the Asterium border, of course. After all, you're near the mountain range, but on this side, well, have you seen what the Asterium farmer women are like? I've heard that the elves of the Asterium farmlands can be quite exotic, so to speak.
I have seen many different type of women that have come across me. I've seen Asterium, elvish farmers, the occasional figures here and there. I've seen some noble women cross by for trade, mercenaries or merchants. I've seen a variety, almost every single type. But to answer your question, they are quite strong in the shoulders, good in the thighs. You can tell from the work. Compared to you fine ladies, it can see an easy distance between one who works in the fields and one who does not.
Aye, indeed, the working in the fields is a tiresome, trivial sort, but I can't deny that it does add its own charm to the proportions and appearances of the ladies who work such things, though I prefer the dainty, beautiful kindnesses and genteel petals of the fairer kind. As he says this, one of the elves saying that looks to the woman on his arm, who covers her face with a fan, just kind of like takes one out from her bosom, flips it open, and covers her face.
Delon will then say, "Gentlemen, it seems that the discussion is like we could all agree on one simple thing. There are like a flower. Women are like flowers. There are many of them, many different qualities. Some have their preferences, but be careful of their beauty, for they all have thorns."
As you say that, many of the women there giggle. One of the men, who has his arm firmly wrapped around the waist of his woman, raises his glass, "And don't I know it?"
Base tile.
Here. Now, gentlemen, it has been wonderful talking with you. I have much more of this ball to get to and other arrangements with the Hemlocks. But if anyone would like to talk to me, I do have inquiries on certain goods later upon. Until then, enjoy yourselves, dance, whatnot. This is a ball. You can talk and gawk at one another at any day.
At that, they incline their heads, raise their glass to you, and you hear them eavesdropping. You kind of hear them like talking amongst themselves. Hemlocks are far better socialized than I gave them credit for shut-in scholars. I expected them to be snorting or stumbling over the words.
But I'm gonna let Ram, it's your day, baby.
Alrighty. So Ram, you where you've positioned yourself. You've been hearing Tulio conning people out of coin. You've been hearing maybe you heard a little bit of like Bub talking with a fairy. You heard some of like DeLon's conversation with the two women, as well as a little bit of the ratings of the elven women being compared. And of course, you could hear Yorm, because Yorm is not quiet. Yorm's voice kind of bellows above anywhere else where he's at. Every once in a while, everyone in the ball area can hear Yorm go, "Alright, Balky! Refill!" Quite literally raising one of his arms over his head to flag down one of the waiters.
This I was thinking of chipping in during the whole conversation. I'm like, maybe not. Like, this is deep, right? Because if you bring humans into the mix, yeah, I don't know. Any other interesting stuff though? It's like, got the games, toward the dancing and dance hall or something.
There are people dancing. There've been some people dancing throughout the whole thing. Let's see. Gildas, make me actually a perception check. 14.
Hey.
Surprisingly low roll considering the modifier.
I mean, that's still the 5 essentially.
Yeah, that's. Whew. But alrighty. So with the 14, Gildas, you hear everything that I described before. And while you don't hear this, but as you're kind of like looking around with your glass, you can see that there are servants in like the corners of this area. That's kind of are part of the whole operate without being seen kind of tradition. Like, don't get seen, don't get heard, make sure everything's flowing correctly. And you see that a pixie, the one that was talking to Bub, is kind of like standing on the palm of one of the servants, and she's just like talking with her hands on her hips, just having a conversation. You can't hear it, but eventually she does a very obvious salute and then just flies off, leaving the ball.
Uh-huh. I think something's going on. Unfortunately, I don't think I would hear like the whole Bob conversation.
You probably heard
Right.
parts of it, but not the whole thing.
Right. But I do know he was talking with a pixie. So that's something for later, I think. Because I mean, I could tell him now, but like we're here to enjoy ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So bringing it up now would be one time. So you know what? Let's both of them be pose, because you know I heard trade. I want to know. You know.
So you make your way over to you said essentially the elven women with big boobs.
Yeah, Marigold and Aquamarine, I believe.
Alrighty, yes. So you find them, and you find that they
Go get 'em.
are they're no longer fighting, but they are talking. But there's noticeably like a foot's distance apart from them, and they're both sitting at like tables that are just a foot apart, and they're still talking to each other though.
Uh-huh. It's a great divide. I'll just occupy the space between them.
So you occupy the space between them. Eventually, they are talking kind of around you, like poking their heads on either side of you to talk to each other. And then eventually, they both stand up and come very flush on either side of you. One grabbing one of your arms, the other grabbing the other. And they start looking up at you. Pardon me, my lord, but I just had a simple quandary. Yes, perhaps you could settle this dispute for us. As they puff out their chests even more at you. You can tell which one of ours is fake, yes?
Seriously?
Let's do it.
They perfected the most important kind of magic. I'm just imagining he starts slapping them back and forth. Dress test.
Oh, I wasn't exactly there for that kind of discussions, but I am a scholar, attuned to magic, and I have a good eye for that kind of stuff. So, of course, I think I would be able to tell.
See,
No.
Marigold, I told you that he was a man of acquiring taste. Oh, shut it, Aquamarine. Yes, you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Why, clearly yours are the fake ones. You're clearly copying me, my prestigious growth. Your prestigious growth, more like cancerous growth. No way those are natural.
Oh, no,
They separate from you, and they cross their arms under their chests as they notably bounce up even more, apparently spilling out of their dresses. They just continue to glare at each other.
Ancient natty or not argument.
Yeah. I mean, I think Sylvia's the both fake, but whatever. But personally, glad like this. What can I gather?
With passive perception, both of their breasts are very prestigious, very bountiful, but they look incredibly natural, despite how much their frames and shoulders don't support it.
Uh-huh.
So if they are fake, they're very good fakes.
Now, I would like to apologize because of this certainly not my station, but from what I can see, if either of you sports fake breasts, I must say it is really well done. Because at the moment I can't exactly tell which one of you. did something.
Zone
That's
of truth.
why. Oh, that's why. I'm rather. See, the thing is, there's more to it than just the side, correct? There's the weight, there's the shape, there's all many other things I can't exactly measure right here.
So the Lady Marigold simply takes a step up towards you. Well then, perhaps, if Armin really
Oh, no.
wishes to put this to the test, we could go and place in private, and I could prove to you just how real they are. Marigold, you harlot! Oh, come off it, Aquamarine. Are you honestly going to tell me that you are going to surrender this challenge by refusing to come into private with this esteemed gentleman?
I mean, she is right. This would essentially give her the win by default.
I disagree entirely. She will be forfeiting simply by removing her own modesty and dishonoring herself.
Is it really dishonor if we just kept between ourselves and, well, wearing a mask after all? It's not like there's a certain anonymity to it. Well, despite you yourselves using your names, but still.
We may be using names, but we have no idea who we could be under these names. You have no idea
Exactly.
which one of us it could be. Precisely, Aquamarine. Now simply come this way into a private abode with me and this gentleman, and he will be very thorough in determining who's our fake. Or do you...
Man.
Or are you not up to the challenge?
This is the best session for you guys, apparently.
I mean, it's great for Rim so far.
Well, I suppose.
The pile of big titties.
The other woman eventually stomps her foot and walks straight over to the other woman, jabbing her finger into her chest. How dare you insinuate that I am not up to a challenge? Fine then, we will whisk away into one of those private chambers left specifically for such events of promiscuous, quiet sorts, and we will make sure that the servant outside makes sure we are uninterrupted. The other woman, on the other hand, takes a step back. Are you quite positive? Oh, are you getting cold feet now? I thought you were all gung-ho to show off how harlotous and how scandalous you can truly be. Or are you simply a tease? I do not appreciate such insinuations. I went into this with the most forthright of intentions. You're the one throwing accusations around. Oh, now she's on the retreat. See that? She's clearly guilty. That means hers are fake.
This is the part where you slowly walk away.
Why would I? I mean, this is where it's getting interesting.
Yeah.
Right. And now, you can't just throw accusations like that. I mean, I just wanted to talk about trades and all, but you kind and voluptuous ladies have been asking me that first, and as a scholar, I need to, in a third party, of course, impartial in all, have to settle the dispute. As it is, I believe, customary here in these lands to settle things through debate or duels. Perhaps this is a sort of debate, you know? I, as the arbiter,
See, as the woman named Marigold nods. Yes, see, it's clearly a debate. There's no need for a duel. The woman named Aquamarine starts taking off her glove one finger at a time. I disagree entirely. This is in 100% a duel.
I just raise my hand and say, In a debate, you need to raise all arguments on either side that you do have. It seems Miss Marigold has some arguments she wants to show to the jury, but you, Mr. Aquamarine, is making a front and a block so that she may not express her arguments properly. Therefore, at the moment, you are at fault during this debate. So, because of that, I don't believe you have the right to declare a duel.
On
I
the
may be wrong.
contrary, I never agreed to a debate in the first place, and from what I was understanding from Miss Marigold's declarations, she wished to make a formal challenge of superiority of the promiscuous variety. From my understanding, that is in every perceivable way a duel. A debate is far less hands-on. A duel, as she finishes taking her glove off and slaps the other woman with it in the face, is very personal. The other woman glares at her, puts a hand to her cheek, just, how dare you! You see as some other nobles have gathered around and are sipping some wine? I do believe this is going to get quite interesting. Precisely. Perhaps this will be a spectacle of some sort that we will all politely agree that we have never seen. Yes, indeed. However, they keep watching. Sure enough, Gildas, women are quite obviously about to grapple. And sure enough, you see as they start ripping at each other's heads and hair and they start throwing each other around. You see as pieces of garments are starting to fall off and their prestigious dress bounce freely out. Though neither of them seem to pay much mind.
I think I should stop this somehow. I mean,
You could, or
It
you
is
could
not-
not.
I mean, normally I wouldn't, but it is also my fault that this has escalated. So,
Oh, but you could reap the rewards. You are neutral.
Slappity slap slap slap. I'm looking for a very particular GIF, but they've nuked it from the internet. It is a crime against humanity.
no, I think, we here too have a body, so I think if it's really good degenerating like that, I'm just gonna walk up, grab each of them by the arm, or like pull them aside somewhere else. Outright.
Alrighty. So,
Manhandle.
you manhandle the women, pulling them up and away from the spectacle. And as you do so, they go kicking and screaming. And many of the gentlemen raise their glass to you, Gildas. Youth.
You've like easily thrice my age.
I also imagine Delon was watching that the entire time, being like, "Oh god, I'm gonna have to step." Oh, thank God, he stepped in. Okay.
So as Delana Zero, watching this entire exchange, I'm just imagining that Gildas walks off screen with them.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, go, Gildas, go. I'm with you, buddy, in spirit. You know what? Fuck it. Heroic inspiration. Get an extra die to do whatever bullshit you're gonna do. I gave you a raise of a glass. You're like, thank you, sport.
Can't see it, but there's a wink. So.
So as Gildas walks off screen with two buxom ladies, and Delon raising his glass to it, Delon, you hear as somebody sips a glass and then is stepping next to you. I dare say, dear boy, what a spectacle.
Like he glances to yeah, he knows who it is. It's Harkin.
So, Harkin is wearing essentially the same cloak he usually wears, and then on his
Mhm.
head is just a pair of like devil horns, and on his back is just like on his belt is like a little like wired devil tail, and he's got a noticeable pitchfork in one hand.
Someone was quite upset with you. Put you in that getup.
Oh yes,
Was
quite.
that a
I lost a
personal
bet.
Ah. Still, you clean up well.
Well, if you're feeling forced to wear something and it is on your honor to maintain it, well, you know that if you're forced to wear something you dislike it, well, may as well own it.
Indeed. What an interesting display. They can't tell, but the llama is blushing.
Oh, indeed. Not the first time I've seen such things happen at events like these, but they get out of hand quite quickly as women, when around these parts, and of course men as well, start fighting over beautiful things while being intoxicated.
Indeed.
And of course, as is the custom, what happens at the party stays at the party.
I will definitely keep this from Lady Eleanor. That's you want to know, anyways.
Now, I imagine she's seen her fair share. Though perhaps not participated in the promiscuous rooms. Rooms of promiscuity, as they're called.
Delon, actually was like, no, I doubt she would have.
Interesting getup, though, dear boy. And I hear that the Hemlocks were here. I had to come and meet some old acquaintances. They cut me surprised. I did meet an old acquaintance.
Yes, well, Eleanor was interested in showing, and I'd never been to a high elf ball. Of course I have to go. So I recalled something my great uncle told me about the Hemlocks, and they hardly ever show, and I don't think I've hurt their reputation too much.
No, word of these balls rarely leaves the glade. Tell me, is it your liking, or is it a bit loud?
I'm sorry, what's his question?
Is it to your liking, or is it a bit loud?
Oh, the ball itself.
Yes.
Truthfully told, I think it's fantastic.
I agree. Well, many would say that the shows of pride and arrogance and blatant debauchery are in poor taste. I find myself quite enjoying them when I come around every so often.
The poor taste can be forgiven, but it's everything around you. Everything is practically shouting to come and talk and speak, and that is so abrasive. One can't be caught up in it. Truly marvelous.
Even I find myself drawn to this place when I hear a ball is coming, and I've been personally invited on several occasions. Apparently, a socialite over the last Dragonborn is quite the interesting conversationalist to bring to such events.
I've spoken with the nobles, and our arrival here was also quite exotic. You know, one of the noblemen called me a exotic oaf.
I will give them that. Their barbs are so mean, or intended to be, but they're quite quaint. Exotic oaf. Sounds more like a compliment than anything.
Aye. Reminds me of what her ladyship said, Nightfield of such. Ophelia. Children. A lot of them.
I But I won't deny, there is something in their specific, perhaps earnesty and wanting for more that is quite charming. Something many children lose as they get older.
Aye. Well, Hawken, I think I'm going to continue having my fun. I will see you on the dance floor should you find a eligible bachelorette.
Oh, I could. Though I think that, he says this, he taps a satchel on his side where you see a new book is inside. I think I've got quite the good company already.
Delon will raise his glass to him then. It's a good reading then. We'll talk on it tomorrow after the party.
Of course.
In the meantime, Delon's gonna try to finish his drink. Just fuck it. I'm gonna roll Constitution. That's why I got that extra die, sir. That's why I have that extra die. So I knew I was gonna probably have to do this.
Roll Constitution.
Finish your drink. You have to roll. That's why I got that extra die.
You want to roll it?
Yes, sir. Oh, 11.
So Delon, as you drink down the last of your drink, you cough a little bit as, whew, that is strong, and you feel a little intoxicated. Not horribly so, but a little bit.
That's fine. He's gonna be asking women to dance. He's fine with that.
I feel like
This
if
is the
you
part where I'm gonna
one
show
more like strong hit like that though, and you might start stumbling a bit.
Fair enough. Yeah, he's gonna stop at that point. Let's cut back to either Gildas or Evan. I want to see what Bub does.
Yes,
Come
what
on,
is Bub up to?
I don't know what to do, y'all.
Dude,
We're
There's
for
things,
you.
there's things all over the place, Bub, that you could get up to.
Give him examples.
Yeah, there's the card table, there's the dice table, there's nobles just chatting and blundering about. There's the fireworks that are set up by the staff that go off. There's spirits flying overhead. There's animals walking around.
I do have a idea. Okay. So, I'm going to get up and walk towards any particularly learned looking high elves.
Oh, there's actually a handful. Most of the especially learned looking high elves, well read, informed ones are actually older. You find that there's actually a group of them that are kind of like gathered that look like old men with like Fu Manchus, so to speak, like little long flowing beards that reach down to their like stomach kind of a thing. Though it's not a full beard, it's more like their mustache comes down and does that.
Trying to remember the name of the family real quick. What was it called?
Hemlock.
Hemlock. Okay. So I'm gonna walk up to them. You know, I'm a simple gnome. I go, hello, I am Bimsy Silvercoin. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
So you see as the gaggle of old elves turn around to you and kind of incline their pointy hats. Hello, Bimsy Silvercoin. What brings a gnome to our neck of the woods?
I am but a simple treasurer for the Hemlock family.
Oh, indeed.
I must say, I have heard many good things about various magical researches and items here, and I wanted to inquire to see if we could perhaps do a little bit of business.
I see. You wish to do business of the magical persuasion, then? Well, come with us, then. We were just about to sit down at a table and enjoy a few smokes. Come with us.
I can't wait to start smoking. Alright, let's go.
So they lead you over to a small table kind of in the back of the ball area, far away from the band, far away from the fireworks, just kind of in the corner. As they all sit down there, you notice that there's a hookah at this table. And they all just occasionally will like take a puff of it and blow smoke rings.
Alright, I want to try.
Alrighty, so after they take their turn, one of the elves actually hands it to you and is like, would you like to try it?
Indeed. I take it.
Alrighty. So as you take a puff, you don't need to make any sort of a roll as you're wearing the Amulet of Pestilence, I imagine.
I am, yeah.
So due to the Amulet of Pestilence, you could smoke as much of this as you want without hurting yourself.
Poison resistance, let's go.
I got that amulet, son.
Yep.
So they watch you puff on it, and they're quite surprised at your ability to just smoke it down. And they eventually one of the elves holds his hand out for it, asking for it back, so to speak.
Oh, yeah, I'll hand it back.
Very impressive. Yes, very, very impressive. A gnome of your size being able to smoke quite as heavily as that. Clearly we undervalued you. Well,
You would be hard pressed to find a gnome without a good pipe.
Gee, I've not seen many gnomes smoke, but I could believe that they all have a pipe somewhere on their person. Tell me, what sort of magical artifacts or perhaps magical persuasions were you hoping to get your hands on for the Hemlocks?
Let's see, how do I word this?
It has come to my attention that there may be dubious fellows intent on scrying and finding out what we're doing and where we're going. Although we have many such precautions, one can never be too careful. I can't help but notice that in this area you all are relatively unmolested.
Naturally. You wish to inquire as to the method that we are so protected from outside influences.
Indeed. There are plenty such writings about this, but I find that I must bridge the gap between knowledge and theory for my masters. Because us gnomes are eminently more practical.
So Bob, make a see. I'd say make probably either a performance or deception check. Either to perform as a gnome or to deceive and make them think you're a gnome, tricky.
I'm rolling performance gnome.
Okay.
3!
No!
Oh.
Woo!
If I get to spend my remaining inspiration on this, I think I will have to do.
Yeah.
I have 3.
Let's try that one more time.
All right, try number 2. Try number 3. Okay, there we go. That's all my inspiration.
So
Now I
Bob,
have 0.
so Bob puts his all
That's a
into
10.
bluffing towards these
To
guys.
do an average job.
And at your request, they kind of like look at you. A few of them raise their bushy eyebrows up over their like eyes, so you can actually make eye contact with them. It's like a slow like whoop. They stare at you for a moment, and the eyebrows slowly go back down.
Hopefully, disguise gives me a circumstance bonus, or else I'm screwed.
Well, we're not going. I don't think that we'll discuss with you the specifics of the city's barriers. But if you wish to avoid scrying, there are multiple ways to go about it. Yes, there's multiple ways to go about it. I would say that the best way for someone of your size and I would say your size and persuasion, dear Bimsy, Mr. Silvercoin, would be to perhaps obtain some sort of orb or a catalyst, or perhaps some sort of an item, like perhaps a crystal ball, or something similar that would perhaps absorb something that could obscure such magics. And while it is powered by whatever absorbed it, you would be obscured. Not completely hidden, but more obscured. A very, very powerful magic user might be able to see through it, but while obscured, it would be hard to pinpoint you. You'd have to guess at your relative location.
Conventional, but effective.
And more within your costs, I'd imagine.
Do not underestimate those with the name Silver Coin, for coin is our specialty.
Sounds like silver coins are your specialty. Perhaps not platinum. They all like kind of chuckle at that.
What does this do? I'm just looking at all my items, and I have a ring of fortification. Oh wait, yeah, that's the one that gives me a +1 to Constitution.
Yep.
Okay. Naruhodo. Yeah, so,
Not any of you have such an item. Perhaps we could commandeer a train.
Bob says I can't quite think of the right word.
So they kind of think about it a little
Above
bit.
average intelligence.
They kind of think about it for a moment, and then eventually, after doing so, they kind of pause and kind of nod to each other a little bit. If what you're hoping for is some sort of an orb of obscuration for such very specific needs, we could perhaps give you such a thing, but they're not made very frequently, and they're rather expensive. I'm well aware that how the elves love to haggle, so I think the starting price would, before any such finagling, perhaps could go down to. As they start talking, the eldest one there immediately just chips up.
10 million.
Or 10,000 gold. The other two there slowly turn to the old one. And then slowly turn back to you, bub.
Insight. That's only a 12.
The oldest one there said 10,000 gold. Even with a 12, you can tell that that's undervaluing the item.
Undervaluing or overvaluing?
Undervaluing. They were gonna charge you more, but now that he said 10,000, they can't outright, say the opposite.
Okay.
Can't BS you.
Still too expensive.
Got it. It's expensive. The chrysanthemums owe us money. They'll pay. Whatever. And then we can explain it. And then we can explain to Eleanor later why we'd need to fucking do that. And then
That's
she'd
a
be like,
lot.
"Oh, well, that makes sense."
I guess she's wealthy, but is she that wealthy? 10,000 gold is a lot in 5th edition.
She's not allowed to call on the family's wealth for herself. So
Another tab. Their family be like, "What the fuck?"
I'm just trying to think if there's something I could do to use my skills to help us deal along.
they did say you're a gnome, and so they know that gnomes haggle.
Mm-hmm. I don't have any social skills. I'm merely a simple kobold, y'all.
You gotta rely on that nat 20. What? Or I don't know. You could have gotten your pixie friend to help or some shit.
She would just hinder me. She would just hinder me. She wouldn't help me. You know that's the case.
Yeah.
pub.exe has stopped working.
Poor Bob.
I mean,
Just look at my character sheet, and it's like all combat crap.
you can have, okay, so you have a couple of things you can do here. If I may interject some things.
Sure, please.
Okay, so look at what you have. You have a dire wolf. You have a displacer beast. So you have to build.
is following the one guy though.
True.
Yeah, exactly. But you still have a dire wolf. That's none to sniff at. Two. Bub has blue dragon stuff. Like maybe Bub can be like, because of the authority of blue dragon and all that, or some shit, or I got that shit, or whatever. He's playing a gnome. He could be like, oh, well, like, I know the blue dragon. Here's proof. Here's like a blue scale. And, research and shit. I mean, the blue dragon's always looking for interesting stuff too, and that would maybe bump that down. Or you could always just finagle or you just roll 20 and just say, like, I need it less. I don't know, man. You could always say you do them a favor, or you could always
I'm more thinking along those lines.
Like, hey, is there something you guys need to help protect your city? Because I'm a gnome, and I can do shit.
Says,
Well, gentlemen,
he pauses for a moment and says,
you all are rather isolated here. I happen to be a man of many contacts. Should you require something that might be rare here, perhaps some sort of creature comfort, I can acquire it for you.
They think amongst each other, and slowly they kind of nod to each other. So then you're wishing to, instead of haggling with pure numbers, you wish to barter a trade.
yes.
I see.
This edition is stingy with gold. And then you can't spend it on anything. It's bullshit.
Not in my 5th edition. You get lots of gold, but you can spend it on lots of things. Just some people rip you off. And other people have magic items that are worth way more than they are in other games.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, this train's gonna be in this back alley over here. We just mug them and
run. That's very Nebulese of you, Bub. Get Tulio to do it for you.
I've learned from the best. What can I say?
Get Tulio to do it for you.
Speaking of Tulio, I might be calling him over any minute now, just so you know.
So, they kind of think for a little bit. Well, we're not against perhaps trading. Is there a creature that you could offer of some sort that could be worth?
I'm sure. What's his name?
10,000 gold.
What's his name? I'm sure Tulio got like 10,000 gold in gambling already. Could have just asked him.
So funny enough, as like Bob is kind of like sweating in his seat, someone eventually does actually walk over and plop himself down, dragging a seat from another chair. He takes a long drag from the hookah, and Bob, you see it's Tulio. Sorry about that, fellows. Just got finished having an excellent game of cards, and I wanted to have a good congratulatory smoke. We don't mean any ill offense, gentlemen, but we are currently in the negotiations for a deal of business. Yes, we are currently discussing what to be trade or 10,000 gold for the anti-scrying orb. What to trade and what to handle them with. Tulio looks over to you, Bub, and then looks over to the wizards over here and just kind of nods to himself. Yeah, I see. See, this is actually my compatriot. We're both from the Hemlock family. We're both representatives. I am Lord Hemlock's very own bard, after all, and this is his personal financial officer. So there's no real harm in us discussing business together. For all I'm simply a bard, I have no real fiscal knowledge. It's his specialty. What do you say, Bimsy?
I take a drag of the hookah, like, to give myself time to think. Okay, but only because you make our trips full of cheer. He says seriously.
He nods at that. Alright then. So, since Bimsy would like to have me here, and I think, and now that you know my affiliation with Bimsy, I think there's no real harm. 10,000 gold! Final offer! $10,000 gold, though, for a scrying orb. Anti-scrying orb. Lightly obscures you. I'm afraid your friend might have had a bit too much of the hookah. Seems a bit out of it. Yes, we agree, he's had a bit too many drags. But yes, that is the current price, but your friend, Mr. Bimsy, was talking about what you had to trade with. Tulio leans down to Bob and just kind of like whispers, "What's the plan, Bob?"
We must get an anti-scrying orb because they keep finding us.
Yeah, that makes sense. 10,000 gold isn't a bad price either. That's, I think, the old timer's high as a kite. It doesn't actually charging what it should be costing too.
We don't even have half that much. It's hard to work for 10,000 gold.
I think we have a few thousand in the card. Well, not the card, but at the bank.
Right. But that's why I wanted to trade for it. I'm sure we can find some fancy stuff around here to make the difference. Or perhaps do them a favor. Something that would be difficult for them, but easy for us.
Let's see. You know, I like that first option. Trading them something from around here. But what around here would be worth 10,000 gold?
I don't know. I mean, I could ask for the Whispers of the Forest. Find something hard to find. I'm very good at that.
Well, we'll hold off on that for a moment, Bub. I think I could collect somehow about the right funds for that, with items to trade for. Let's see. Tulio then begins like looking around the ball at all the other people's jewelry.
Implants are worth 10k, methinks.
Probably, honestly.
So Tulio gets a 9 on this one, very specifically. However, if Bub were to want to help him, he could get a nat 20.
Of course I'm helping, like, basically, yeah.
So you and Tulio just kind of like survey the entire room together. Together you find everyone's valuables. You take a really long look around the whole ball, and you find a long
puff of the hookah.
You take a long puff of the hookah while you do so. And you and Tulio find all the most valuable riches in the room, and you collectively find, with helping Tulio, what items people may not miss that could total up to about 10,000 gold.
You,
Oh God, how
you are
we gonna
breaking
pull this
Delon's
off?
promise. You are breaking
promise?
Delon's promise.
I don't remember Bub ever making a promise.
Bob never did. Tulio knows that nice. That's why he's able to do it because later when they say he's like Bub will be like, yeah, we traded all like jewelry for whatever. Like you stole the jewelry, and Tulio's like, that was Bub's idea. And Bub just goes, you never told me I couldn't do that. You told Tulio. And I'm like, you.
That's probably how this is about to go down.
You fucks.
And Bub never knew about this plan, so.
So, seeing how much you both come up with, Tulio nods and pats you on the shoulder, Bub. Don't worry about it, Pimsy. I believe I have some favors to collect around here. After all, there were some people who handed me some criminal promissory notes that they simply wrote how much they owed on me. Only if I can collect what I actually owed, I'll return momentarily. Gentlemen, if I may, I'm going to acquire the funds that we have from our contacts. Yes, of course. We'll simply enjoy the festivities in the meantime. Tulio pats you on the back, Bub. I'll be right back.
Now, gentlemen, in celebration of this deal, I have a suggestion. As we have this rather quaint but nice hookah, I was thinking we could have a contest of sorts.
Contest?
Basically, hookah contest. I actually don't know that much about hookah in real life, but like basically drinking contest but with hookah. That's what I'm suggesting.
Essentially, that would boil down to like who could take the longest drags and who could probably make the most impressive smoke rings.
Yeah, let's do that. Because I totally don't have a natural advantage at this being a cold ball.
To be fair, Bub doesn't really care that he has a natural advantage. He earned it.
No, I mean that's nature, baby.
Yeah, no, he's a natural advantage. I gained it from winning. Sorry for not being awesome too. Damn,
Yeah,
you can
and I'll
look at the
say-
goals.
You all win. I'll give you all some exclusive information I have about the Is it hemlocks? Hemlocks.
Hemlock.
The hemlock. About the hemlock family as to my position. Of course, nothing, too crazy now, but something I think you all would be very interested in.
Meanwhile, or as Sir Gilda's dealing with two women with their breasts out, it's like a still.
Yeah,
like,
and I say,
each
but
other.
if I win, oh god, what do we need, guys? We need mithril, don't we? Or did we get the extra mithril already?
No,
Yeah, we got the one from the smith, but a
Yeah.
bit more doesn't hurt.
we need way
Yeah,
more.
yeah, and I say, but if I win, how about what's something that's hard to find over there? Oh, how about some mithril to sweeten the deal? I don't want to have to do extra quests for this stuff. Let's just do it now. Dang, Tulio's rolling a lot.
I mean, there are a lot of guests, I think.
There actually are, yeah. It's different ways he's basically getting what he needs.
Cool.
Alright, that's all the good rolls. That's all the rolls I needed.
Cool.
So at the request of basically some mithril, if you win, they kind of like shrug. It's not really our wheelhouse, as we're wizards, not crafters, so to speak, but we might be able to arrange something.
But I talk about mithril is an excellent magical conduit.
Oh,
It's like
it
they
is.
have a Goliath. They have like a Goliath come down. Wouldn't put it past them. I'd still win though.
It is, but it's also It is something that they use a lot for armaments and the like, as well as for like jewelry and the like. So most of the time it's made with people who work with it, but they work with the enchanting side of it. So they would enchant it after it's been made.
Cool. Very cool.
So they have connections, they just don't usually work with it like in that way.
Neat.
But alrighty. So they're basically saying they might be able to get you something, bub. What do you have to say to that?
Yes, good. Then let's begin.
Alrighty. So, bub, since you're doing basically a competition here, I would say that usually I'd make you make con saves for the smoke, inhaling of the smoke, but you won't need to here. However, you will need to make some sort of a roll for the puffing of the smoke rings. Give me a moment.
What would that be?
Pull up your sheet real quick.
Nature, because it's natural smoke? I don't know.
Let's see here.
Survival. I'm shooting it in SOS signs.
So I would say most likely you would do performance for this, probably.
Yeah.
Luckily, I'll give you advantage because you're a kobold. Because kobolds are draconic in nature.
16. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Alright.
Nicely done.
I had to waste all my inspiration because I got so bad earlier.
Alright, so with the 16, bub, the contest starts off pretty strong. You feel like, you notice that you beat one of them. The other one, though, defers to the old timer, and you're gonna have to make one more, performance roll. So make another one with advantage.
Performance. 20.
Okay, then.
220, let's go.
Yeah, crit time.
So the old timer, you notice as he takes like, so they basically pulled out another hookah for this, usually, and so he starts taking a log drag, and I just imagine, Bud, that you take a drag, and you just keep going as long as he does, and like you're both just taking a drag from it for like a minute straight before he lets go. What does Bub do? Does Bub keep dragging, or does he just keep because it's a nat 20, so you could like be really showy here somehow.
Yeah, so you know how I have some draconic traits?
Yes.
Well, I know technically like it's my claws and stuff, but what if my lungs like they don't necessarily have the ability to breathe fire or anything, but I do have the resistance. So I'm thinking like my lungs, I can just like expand them out a bit further like the dragons can with their breath weapon. So I just like take more into it and store it there, and I'm just like Kirbying it up right now.
Alrighty then. So you basically just keep inhaling for an excessive amount of time using your draconic koboldy arms. I mean, not arms, lungs. And eventually, the oldest wizard there blows a smoke ring, and it glows multiple colors and floats all over the little table and around your heads and all that before popping. What are you gonna do?
I'm not sure if I'm able to do this, but I'm gonna like shoot it out and like imbue it like with my draconic essence so it can shoot out like a blue dragon.
Alrighty then, I'll allow it because nat 20.
Like it has no actual effect, it just looks cool.
Alrighty, so you inhale it out and it's blue like a dragon and it kind of rolls around before popping. The other elven wizards nod at that, and eventually they just kind of there's some gentlemanly clapping from them. So the old timer then kind of like has a coughing fit and takes a drink of wine and then lays his head down and falls asleep.
Good, he's asleep. 30 million.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Kajal doesn't have an inhale ability quite like the one that would fit for the situation.
Yeah.
But alrighty. So as you beat them in this, they kind of nod at you, Bum. Well, we'll concede that you won this little bout to celebrate the deal that we're striking. It was just a simple celebratory deal. We'll arrange for some mithril to be brought to you. Do you have a location you'd like it to be brought to, specifically? Or would you like it brought to the Hemlock Estate? It's a bit ways out, however.
Where do we want it to be taken? I don't even know.
Just to tell it, to, like, describe the cart and just say, hey, we want it like a chrysanthemum.
Wouldn't that be too on the nose, though? And too obvious?
True. Why don't you say, like, oh, put it in the spirit glaive in a specific place?
Yeah,
On the
okay,
way
that's
there
what I'll
anyways.
do.
So you described to them a place in the Spirit Glade, correct?
Mhm.
Alrighty. So they nod at that. We'll make sure that gets handled. Finally, Tulio returns back, and he has just like, he just plumps down like a burlap sack, and as it like plumps down, you just see it like falls over, and some jewelry slides out.
Cool.
They raise a notable eyebrow at it. Sorry about that. The favors that we had made, that we were calling on, after all, they were, fortunately, we did not have time to liquidate the assets into the coins as we needed. However, I am certain that Benzie Silvercoin here can officiate this is all worth 10,000 gold. They, look
Yes.
between each other, and then back to you, Bimsy.
Well, yes. That seems obvious.
They kind of shrug and they just accept the burlap sack and just kind of tie it off real tight and just put it under the table.
Cool.
Well, then we'll make sure that the crystal sphere there, the ore that you required, will be brought to you. Before the end of the night, we'll make sure that one of our men brings it to you.
Blendiferous.
You just say so Bob just says the fanciest word he knows.
They kind of raise an eyebrow, but don't say anything else. Tulio stands up, pats you on the shoulder, Bub. Well then, gentlemen, I hate to say it, but I think I'm going to call it a night. I'm a little bit wasted, and I really must retire. But do not forget, Lord Hemlock is here. Best pay your respects. So he stomps off, very showy, while playing his lute the entire time.
Wait. Alright. I'm gonna have Bub bump off as well.
Alrighty. So, I imagine Gildas, several hours later, something definitely happened back there. You're not entire. Oh, we won't disclose what. Something definitely happened, and a few hours later, Gildas returns.
I'll say, oh, yeah. I guess the party's over, right?
It's still going. It seems to be go on for a while, but several of the lords have retired, or are making their retreat.
Right. I mean, this Bub was doing the thing previously. I'm just gonna actually go and see him now. But like, the body died off a little bit. And see. Could I? Oh wait, no. Bibsy. Uh, could I talk with you for a minute?
Well, of course, good chap. I'm in a good mood.
Oh, what happened?
I happen to make a rather good deal.
Huh. We'll have to talk about it a bit more at the estate. But what I heard I wanted to talk about was your little pixie friend.
Oh, yes. Yes, we have been recently acquainted. She is rather flirty.
Uh-huh. Well, you see, I've spied her talking with the servants. And while I wouldn't mind it anyway, I've seen her salute them in a military way. Now, not exactly sure if it was because of her personally or not, but that does seems a bit suspicious.
I knew it. She was trying to get information about us.
Uh-huh. And then, what kind of information did you disclose then?
Well, nothing that wouldn't already be known, like the T-Rex.
Uh-huh. Well,
She seemed to know who I was.
mhm. Well, she is a pixie. They do have powers beyond our comprehension. Well, at least I think.
Beyond your comprehension.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Businessman in the woods. Ah,
Speaking of business in the woods, I tell him about the pickup.
right, the orb and all that.
Yes.
Well, considering that, that'll make a fine addition to what we have already. Although, how much did you say you got it for?
I just kind of explained the jewelry. I don't know.
Right. I just want to make sure if it's like whether it's like an actual one.
Oh, don't worry. I
Hey.
won a contest with them.
Uh-huh. I mean, you never know. Doesn't hurt.
I was gonna look for something and then I forgot.
Man, what else is there even to do still?
Yeah. So, what do you want to know?
Yeah, hold on. Wait, do you think about stuff?
Sorry, I just totally had a brain fart.
I think we both do. We both do.
It's okay. I ate dinner, so I had energy during the session. So
Yeah.
I'm good.
So, but yeah, I wanted to talk to you about the Pixie and all that, warn you.
Yeah. Well,
much
she was
that.
very evasive.
Right, so she did have something to hide. Clearly.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, I suppose if she does show up again, we'll try and catch her. We'll do some interrogating, as we say. Still, I wonder. uh, What is there even left to do here at the party?
I don't know. I came because you guys wanted to come.
I mean, of course.
Wasn't there dancing that y'all wanted to do?
I mean, is there even still that many dancers left? I mean, I guess yeah. The less people they are.
Yeah, I literally thought you guys were coming here to dance or something.
Yeah, fuck it, let's go dance. You come too, babesy. Show me your moves. I've never seen your kind dance.
Well, it's usually done with a few dozen of us, but I guess I could improvise.
I'll just pretend they are.
The Kobold Pyramid dance.
Yeah. To the dance floor, Marshall.
Alrighty. Sorry, I had to eat some chips while watching Bob and Gillis interact.
I take a potato chip and I eat it.
Alright, you both head to the dance floor. By the way, with Delon, if you wanted to have a dance before the end of the night, there's far less nobles here than there were at the start of the party and the festivities, but the ones that are here now are mostly like less in pairs. So if you wanted to find a lady to dance with, now would be the time.
Why not? So the whole business, did he like see any like Tulio's shenanigans when he was doing this dancing stuff?
I would have definitely said that you saw Tulio cutting a rug with several different noble ladies, practically flirting with them in some ways, and you even saw him disappear into like the back rooms for like an hour and then come back out.
Because I know Gildus' situation took a couple of hours.
True. Tulio took like at least an hour, and he went into the back room for a little bit, and he left with the lady kissing him on the cheek and him just kind of like adjusting his collar.
Yeah, braggadocious. That's fine. I guess in the meantime, Delon, that was still like during the height of the party, correct? Or at least in the middle.
Yes, it was in like the peak of the party, right in the middle of it.
So, were there more single people there, or would it have been better to do it later in the night?
There's more singles in the later evening of the night. During the highlight, most people had found a pair somewhere.
Okay. So I guess during the highlight when they're doing all that business, I do actually have some slight business. I know you mentioned there was a halfling, or at least the servants, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So is that the same one from before who was judging the place?
It's hard to tell because he also was wearing a mask, but he's very similar. He's just much quieter.
Right. Anywho, I did want to talk to him because I had or anyone who's, I guess, whoever's the head butler around here is. He basically wanted to talk to one.
Alrighty. So before the end of the festivities, you went around looking for the head butler.
Or during the height, I should say.
Yes, during the height of it all. You went looking for the head butler, and you found him. The head butler was strangely enough, was a rather, well-dressed, tiefling of all things.
Tiefling?
You wouldn't normally have, noticed, but you notice that the additions to his outfit are not just additions, they're real. The horns on his head and the tail kind of swaying about, they're definitely real. But he takes his job extremely seriously.
If he's a head butler for the event and he's a tiefling, that's like the white friend in a black gang. You don't know what that guy had to do to get the trust of the other people. That's any token, really. Any token person.
They had to do some crazy shit. Anyways, I'm gonna try and make this brief because I do want to dance. But Delon has business for family. So he approaches the tiefling. Are you the head butler?
So as you approach him, he turns to you, gives a very low, surprisingly regal-looking bow, and then slowly stands back upright. I am.
Good. I wish to have conversation with you.
All right, my lord. What can I do for you? He says this, by the way, while kind of moving a little more into a corner for privacy.
Cool. The one will follow. Thank you for your time. I have some business, and as I can see, you are someone of response. See, I have something personal coming up. Our butler is reaching age 2,000 years old. It's a momentous occasion.
Auspicious day.
Exactly. He's been a very good ally to the Hemlock family. I have been curious. I couldn't get much out of the nobles, but perhaps someone of similar status and ability, you can give me a better recommendation. I'm looking for something that could help. I could reward such loyal and dignity. How many suggestions?
Rewards for such a long period of service.
That I can acquire here.
Of course. That you can acquire in the realms around here. I would very much say that I think that if I were to put myself in a similar position as your esteemed head butler, I think that if I were to serve for that long and be compensated for it as a personal gift, I think that's perhaps a specially made cufflinks, perhaps, or perhaps my own building, if you will, like a small manor that I could retire to when my services were eventually done, gifted to me, of course, would work, or perhaps some sort of symbol or an item that could be given that would be symbolic of such a long time affair, something that could be handed down to such a long-standing servant's line.
Let's see. I've also heard of something. What is it? Halfling make certain items that make utilities easier. Is that true?
Oh, absolutely. One of their most well-known inventions is the self-churning butter churner. They also are the inventors of the self-rolling and unrolling map, the orator's quill, as well as you would find they have created a very nifty contraption. This is one of my personal favorites as for all. It is a self-brewing, self-percolating coffee maker. It's a very odd thing. It's a little thermos, if you will, little jar that you put water in it, and then you put the coffee grounds to taste, and you simply put some magic into the stone in the bottom, and it boils it and brings it all together quite nicely. There's a sieve in the center.
Excellent. Is this items that can be in this region, or will I have to unfortunately go to another region to do so?
You could find one of such an item just about anywhere. You would find a halfling craftsman, I would say. The issue is not so much getting it from either here or somewhere else. It's more finding the craftsmen themselves, as they are private folks that just like to make things, but they're more than happy to sell if you could find them and willing to buy.
I see. I will bear that in mind then. Your suggestions are appreciated. One more thing. I did inquire, as at a later date,
This 5,000 Izik was served this absolutely beautiful bouquet of wine. How much was it per bottle? I'm curious.
Oh, per bottle. I believe that was about. Give me one moment to think. Actually, I need to do
It's
math
okay
in
to
my
make
head.
it dismissive. It's okay. I'll never buy it. It's okay.
No, I'm thinking in my head how much it is. Hold on. $50 platinum a bottle.
15 platinum a bottle. Is
No,
that correct?
50, which would
50.
essentially be 5,000 gold.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 50 platinum. Yes, that makes sense. Good year. You see, for this we spared no expense. Duly noted. Thank you again for your suggestions. I will bear that in mind. You've organized an excellent party. You and your servants would be commended.
Of course, my lord. He gives another low regal bow, and then slowly stands back upright.
Mm-hmm. And now, I guess in the meantime, yeah, he's a little inebriated. I guess I'm just gonna be dancing now.
Alrighty then.
Go for it.
So make me a performance roll for dancing, cutting a rug. Actually, all three of you will. Make me a performance for cutting a rug. If your dance is incredibly, acrobatic, though, I would allow maybe acrobatics.
I got a +1 in acrobatics, but not performance. But I do have the creation die still, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna roll
You
performance.
sure you didn't use that already when you had to do another performance?
I see it's a D6, right? On top of that.
Yes.
Yes, it's
Right.
D6 on top.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna need it. 11.
Alrighty, and Bub, make me a performance roll. Cedric, Bubbery, make a performance roll. Sound off. There we go.
Okay, 11. Cedric Bubbery is my Harry Potter character's name.
Alrighty. The boys at 3 a.m. So all of you somewhere kind of get onto the dance floor and start dancing somewhere or another. I imagine that Gildas and Bub are kind of dancing, just kind of enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, I imagine DeLon found a lady to dance with somewhere. All around, you are all having a really amazing time. Luckily, it's that time of the night where everyone's pretty inebriated, so not that many people are paying as close attention to your dancing or not. So if you're a little less good at it, it's kind of fine because they're also less on balance. As the party is starting to wind down, it is the latter parts of the party where only essentially the true diehards continue partying at this point. They are known to not be at their businesses the next day if they're still here. Alrighty, DeLon, I imagine that I'll actually give you all one last thing that you can do essentially before the end of the party. So, I'll start with Bub because I know, and then I'll go to Gildas, and then I'll go to DeLon because I think Bub and Gildas are probably the most tired. So,
Yeah.
Starting with Bub. Bub, how do you dance like a kobold? How does the kobold cut a rug?
Like, there's a dance called the Kobold Pyramid, but it requires like a dozen kobolds. So, I don't know any Gnomish dances, so what he's gonna do instead is basically he's basically gonna like tumble and like do cartwheels.
Alrighty. So Bob tumbles around and does cartwheels just all over the place, spinning like more like a gypsy than a gnome. But honestly, a lot of people will like gather around and clap at your display above. They find like a gnome kind of cutting loose is rather refreshing, as they're usually rather bottled up and restrained. Let's see. What about you, Gildas? How do you dance with an 11?
Question. No, but like, considering how Dallin told me, I'm probably looking for a partner and all. Like, considering like that part of the night's probably a slow dance. Like, try, you know, keep in pace with the other party, and you know, try not to stumble with everything that happened and all that, like the alcohol and shit and stuff. You know, be extremely mindful of like not stepping on the other's feet, basically.
Alrighty then. So you can just actually keep in step with an 11, making sure not to step on any toes too badly, and at the end of it all, the lady that you were dancing with give you a smile, kind of like a little curtsy, and walks off, you know. Pretty alright. As for you, DeLon, how do you end the night with a dance? You're clearly a little inebriated, and you're pretty tired as you've been up since well before dawn. But how do you dance, cut a rug at the end of the night?
I guess honestly, it's the kind of thing where he would he's ending it on a pretty energetic ball where he's dancing with the lady with him, and I imagine he's the kind that wants everyone to have fun, so any lady that is not having a partner, he'll then like swing over and dance with them for a bit and then swing back. It's a very old-fashioned noble. You see him occasionally in some movies where it's like swinging the arms and then grabbing another arm and then swinging the arms. Let's say like Locke. He's basically just doing that with other people, so that it's all kind of like in a center motion. It's not super great because he only got a 12, but it's pretty good for someone who's inebriated. He's doing it like he's done it for a long time.
Very true. Very nice. Very nice. So, with everybody doing their own little dances here, and Bub doing some kicks and flips all around, and Gildas doing a traditional slow dance with his lady, and you really like putting your heart and soul into it, your passion shining through more than your form, but the passion more than makes up for it. When it's all is said and done, there is clapping as the nobles here that are remaining clap at the very nice displays of dancing that are left in the area. And you see that a lot of if those of you who had partners, like courtesy to you and give you a smile, very much enjoying their time and appreciating that someone was willing to dance with them at this time of the night. And you see that a lot of people are actually leaving now, as even though the party is still going, like the band is still playing, they're still bringing out food and drinks, and most of the people still here are just at this point actually getting pretty smashed. You do notice that most of the party that was here have left or are in the process of leaving. Also of notice, you finish your dance. Yorm is kind of like hobbling side to side next to an elvish lady, and she is laughing at everything he says, also clearly inebriated, but he's just kind of like mostly leaning on a pillar near the entrance. You notice you don't see Tulio anywhere. He dipped from the party after the mid part. After having his share of fun, he ended up like dipping essentially. So with that, what does the party want to do? They want to leave this party, just begin heading on home?
Well, after the dance and all that, I will celebrate with my partners and all. So go to Dallin and say, "My lord, shall we continue on with the festivities, or shall we head back to the estate and rest for the long journey ahead?
DeLong takes like a long look around the party, glances at everyone, sees how most of it's kind of devolving into a eat and drink affair. More so, everyone else who is there or socialized long gone, or they're already pretty much in the quote unquote other rooms doing other things.
Essentially, yes.
And he's just like, yes, I'm sure Eleanor is quite worried about us now. Let's go. He's like, let us leave.
Alright.
The boys at 3 a.m. Yep. Pack it up. Pack it up, y'all.
Alrighty. So, with the agreement to kind of retreat from this part of the party, you begin kind of heading out, one after the other. Bub, Gildas, and Delon, you all start heading for the exit, where you see, you just see Yorm. And so, I told that son of a bitch that he owes me compensation for hunting on my land without my permission. Fucking poachers. Oh my. Well, so did he pay you back, or did you have to get rough with him? Oh, I do hope you got rough with such a horrible vagabond. Well, you see, I was gonna get rough with him, but he had a man speak in his good faith, and honestly, I deeply respected him. So, it's all kinda gotten handled, and I will get my payment later. It's just gonna be with interest. So forgiving. Oh, if only some Elvishmen around here could understand such things. Anyway, I really should be retiring now. Oh, it's been, how long have we been talking? Oh, God, we've been talking for hours, Yorm. Well, I'll see you later, babies.
Dwarven seduction activated.
The elvish lady just kind of wanders off. She noticeably comes back over though and hands him a card and a wink, and he's just like, hey. He watches her go and then turns around and literally bumps into your chest, Alon. Pardon me. Hey, young. Having a good time?
Yes, we had quite the time. I think it's time that we head back, Mr. Playboy.
Okay, sounds good to me. Oh, God. Oh, what time is it?
It's well past 4.
Really? Well, we've been up for 24 hours then.
I'm just gonna collapse.
Can you even walk? Can you stay?
Never underestimate dwarven endurance.
Oh, no, it's just that I'm not sure if dwarven endurance and 5,000 years old wine mix all well together.
Well, I think they mixed pleasantly. Let's lead the way, Lon. After you.
Aye.
So with that, imagine you all begin kind of making your way out of the party, heading back down the way you came. You see as the giant statues that blocked your path earlier give you a single nod as you walk by, just simply acknowledging you're leaving. You make it back down the streets for a bit before you see someone sit up and yawn as if he's waking up, but he's been sleeping on a bench. Well, hello, my lord. I've been waiting for you all. They better have respected the Hemlock name in there.
Yes, I'm sure that the Hemlock name will be praised for 1,000 years more.
Hell yeah. He stands up and comes walking up. Let's get the hell out of here.
Agreed.
You continue making your way from that point on. Trulio actually continues to play his lute for you all, though, just regardless. He just seems to be enjoying himself at this point. And eventually, as you get closer to the Chrysanthemum estate, you see that there is a lady wearing the same like black cloak that same cloak that you remember giving her, and she's holding her umbrella over her head, and she is standing outside the front gate essentially, and to her right is like a small chest essentially. When she sees you all down, she waves her hand over her head, and as you get closer, it is definitely Ophelia. Eleanor told me to
Ophelia.
stand point and wait for you all to return. Also, this chest arrived a wee bit ago. It has a sigil and a seal for one... She actually opens the envelope again and raises an eyebrow. Bimsy silver coin?
Delon looks over to Bob.
Yes, well, thank you. I'm gonna come up and get the chest.
So Bob, you go to pick up the chest, and it's actually quite heavy.
Probably too heavy for Bob.
Probably. Poor Bob's strength is not the best.
I'll help.
So for Delon, picking up the chest was a lot easier. There wasn't a roll needed for that. But it is surprisingly heavy. Like, there's a piece of a literal, like, stone in this chest somehow.
Bob, what's in this?
I'm gonna have a look at what's inside.
When you check inside, Bob, there is a large crystal ball inside. It has a reflective, almost, but also smoky appearance, and when in the moonlight, it almost seems to shimmer.
Hooray!
Bob, once again, what is this? I mean,
It's our
beautiful.
anti-scrying crystal ball.
Of course it is.
Anti-scrying. Perhaps I'm a bit more inebriated than I thought. When did you get your hands on a scrying orb?
Just now.
During the party?
I brokered a deal.
Brokered it. How could you afford this?
Oh, we had a contest.
And you won it?
Mm-hmm.
Delon looks like he's gonna ask more, but then he just like shakes his head and just goes, we'll deal with this tomorrow. Where do you want it?
Well, we're gonna have to wrap it up in something else. Let's leave the chest here, in the estate.
Okay. So he's just gonna bring it to the state then.
Alrighty.
Yeah, did they put anything else in the chest?
No,
They
it's just basically a big old like heavy chest with a lock on it. That is basically big enough to hold. Like, it's the kind of loot chest you would usually expect to find in like a dungeon, like a Zelda dungeon. That's how big it is. But there's just a huge crystal orb inside.
Cool.
Bob, as you arrive, you see some spirits are sitting on top of the cart where Delon puts it. You can see there's along with the one lump of mithril that was already there's now 2 more lumps of mithril.
Yay!
Yay! I got more mithril too.
Bob helped a lot.
As you begin stepping back into the Chrysanthemum estate, Ophelia gives you all a nod and simply kind of walks over and sits herself down back inside, opening up her tome again. Now that you all have returned, I will inform Eleanor about it in the morning. I believe she's sleeping.
Thank you.
Considering time, we could always say it's already morning, but
You all need your rest. I do not. I believe that you have been up since this exact time yesterday. I think I'm gonna call it a night. Yorm walks into like to a random room, and you just hear like a sack of bricks fall, and when you just look and he's just asleep face down in a broom cupboard.
Nice.
Dwarven ingenuity. Yeah, that sounds about right. Delon's actually gonna take off the cape from the outfit, and he's gonna put it over him.
Nice.
may he rest in peace.
Tulio simply walks over, goes over to where his room essentially would be. I'm gonna call it a night too. Good work on the orb, Bob, and the mithril. You and I are one devilishly good team.
Yeah.
If I recall correctly.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, if I recall correctly, I believe Delon did get some like unique high elf stuff already, or at least purchased for his family already. I think when he talked to Eleanor about it, if I recall.
Yes,
If
I
not, he'll have to
believe
do that.
essentially she made like arrangements where she would be able to acquire it for you.
We can like deal with that like next session, beginning of
Yeah,
next session.
essentially.
Cool. Yeah, other than that, I guess Delon will just approach Ophelia and he will bow politely and say, "Thank you for waiting for us, your ladyship."
Of course. Thank you for returning all in one piece, and without any excess company.
Like Delon tilts his head. Ah, and then blinks. Ah, of course. No. I didn't want to cause any more issue from Eleanor. I'm sure she was quite worried.
Indeed.
He's a little inebriated. He's not really doing honorifics.
She just simply nods. Indeed. She was quite exhausted when she returned, and she popped out about 3 hours ago to see if you had all returned. She was sitting in this very room here, drinking some wine and watching the doorway. I told her that you'll get some rest and I would take up her post. So I do not need to rest, and I would inform her the moment you all arrived. However, to disturb an elf's slumber is quite rude. To interrupt the meditation, it's like waking someone up just as they fell asleep.
Delon nods. I'm sure she will appreciate your kindness. I'd still think, though, and he pushes himself a bit back, you would have had a fun time watching all the children at play.
Perhaps, but I am not their mother. I have no intention to oversee them, nor am I their nanny.
I suppose not. Good night, your ladyship.
Good morrow and good evening.
Nah, he just like pauses as if in thought and just goes, whichever it is. And walks up and gonna go to bed.
Alrighty. So I imagine Bub and Gildos also hit the hay right after?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Honestly, I'm not sure, because I'm like, as a character, it's like a strict sleep schedule. So like, you're so used to do things a lot. I'm like, it's already 4 in the morning. Gonna wake up's gonna be 12, probably. Like
Gildas takes a short rest instead for religious purposes.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, no, you know what? I think I'll do that. I'm just gonna stay above
Yeah, take a
in the
4-hour
lobby or
sleep. So
something.
it's really you wake up at 8,
Yeah, like
8 or 9. Yeah.
stay in the lobby or something. Like sleep on the sofa real quick, take a nap.
Gildas takes a 4-hour quick short rest, taking a nap in the
He
living
is
room instead of a long
there's
rest.
there's no mechanical benefit of taking a long rest.
Hey, I respect taking a short rest here instead.
Well,
For
I mean,
thematic
honestly-
purposes.
Honestly, I don't even need a long rest. I mean, I got my spells, I got everything.
True, but
I mean,
taking a
well,
long
yeah.
rest would give you
Yeah, that's what I was.
the
I was
inspiration
saying
die,
about
so.
investing in this
Yeah,
inspiration.
Bub needs a long rest. He needs to get the inspiration back.
Alrighty, so everybody begins resting, recuperating after a wonderful, gay old time at the ball. And with that, we're gonna wrap it up here, as the party will prepare for what to do next session. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you have a good one. Bye bye.